So, good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte Morton. I'm the Chief Executive of the World Biogas Association, and I'm delighted to see you all here. Welcome formally to the World Biogas Summit, both to all of you here, I should say, and also to all of you who are joining us virtually. The pandemic has taught us two things: the value of being able to network and the value of being able to connect with the rest of the world via Zoom. So here at the Birmingham NEC, we have the best of both worlds, with our dedicated interactive platform allowing colleagues from all corners of the world to engage with us. This is critically important. 6 months ago, I represented WBA at COP26, highlighting the need for urgent action on methane emissions. It was wholly coincidental that the global methane pledge emerged from the conference, although I will point out that the WBA started banging the drum about methane over 3 years ago. Aside from the pledge, one clear message emerged from the conference, although I will point out that the WBA started banging the drum about methane over 3 years ago. Aside from the pledge, one clear message emerged from COP26. All countries were told that they needed to return to COP27 this year with more ambitious plans, nationally determined contributions to achieve net zero. That means all NDCs must include biogas. As our colleagues in ADBA say, there is simply no net zero without biogas. If the over 105 billion tonnes of organic waste produced by human activity every year remain untreated, they will continue to emit methane. Tonne for tonne, 86 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than carbon. Our industry is the climate lifebelt, recognised as such by the UN, the IPCC, the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, and it's central to the methane strategies of both the EU and the US Environmental Protection Agency. We have a 10-year window of opportunity to act, to transition away from the take, make, and throw away linear economy to a circular one, where we eliminate waste and pollution. We circulate products and materials and regenerate nature, underpinned by a transition to renewable energy and materials. Achieving this is a question of design, transforming systems and processes to design out waste. Our industry sits at the heart of the circular economy. At our full potential, by recycling all the readily available organic wastes, we can generate 10,000 to 14,000 terawatt hours of green energy, meeting 6 to 9% of the world's total primary energy consumption. If we upgraded all the biogas to biomethane, we could substitute around a third of today's current natural gas consumption. By recycling all readily available organic wastes, we can reduce global greenhouse gas emissions by 10%. And as a mature, sophisticated, and ready-to-go technology, we could reach that potential by 2030, with the right enabling environment, of course. In doing so, we would deliver 50% of the global methane pledge to reduce emissions against 2020 levels by 30% by 2030. That's the equivalent of taking all cars, lorries, shipping net zero, according to John Kerry when announcing the pledge. But if this was all we delivered, the proposition would be an excellent one. But it isn't. Aside from energy, our industry can recover from the treatment of organic wastes, renewable natural fertilizer, and bio-CO2. Currently, the global production of mineral fertilizer annually uses around 2% of all energy generated and creates CO2, the strategically important gas required in sectors such as food manufacturing and chemical refining. When energy prices rise, production invariably stops. The last time this happened was in 2019. Even before Russia's murderous invasion of Ukraine, we were being warned of an impending food crisis arising as a result of rising energy prices. It doesn't make sense to sustain this business model. So we should heed the warnings of another crisis, the soil crisis. We are warned that current farming practices have degraded this source of all the world's calories to the point where we have perhaps 50 harvests left. Biogas is the key to regenerative farming. Photosynthesis is the quickest and most efficient way to remove carbon from the atmosphere. Biogas allows us to capture the benefits of that in the form of energy, valuable minerals and nutrients, and bio-CO2 from farm to fork and back again. With so many reasons to deploy biogas worldwide, this Global Thought Leadership Summit aims to empower countries to develop the enabling environment to make it possible to rapidly and sustainably deploy biogas, with a clear focus on best practice. For this, I very much need to thank our sponsors, as without their support, we simply wouldn't be able to offer a free-to-attend World Biogas Summit. So a huge thank you to Hexagon Agility, Marathon Capital, Total Energies, and Uhuru Energy. And I'm now delighted to pass the floor to the newly appointed chairman of the Anaerobic Digestion and Bioresources Association, ADBA, Chris Huhne. But shortly, we are going to hear from the White House and the Second Lady of Ghana. But before that, we are going to hear from Roberta Cheney, both of whom are on the stage. But first, let me pass over to Chris Huhne. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Charlotte. I'm delighted to be here. I'm delighted to be taking over as chair of the Anaerobic Digestion and Bioresources Association right now for reasons that I will try and explain. I think this is an exceptionally exciting moment to be involved in the biogas sector because I think a lot of the solutions, which many of us know have been championed by Charlotte and her team for a very long time in biogas, are actually particularly pertinent today. And I thought it was particularly good timing. I should perhaps kick off by saying, they're taking the computer away. Have I got any words? Yes. I think I should start by pointing out, for those who haven't noticed, that Charlotte was recently honored in the Queen's Honours List for her services to renewables and to biogas, and that is, I think, a very, very legitimate. Charlotte has made a very important contribution, as we all know. I think also it's great to be back after the COVID break in a real venue with a real expo, and I think you can get a sense of the buzz that is there in the industry, because this is a technology which is absolutely essential if we're going to decarbonize farming. As Charlotte has already said, it is a crucial role to play in the run-up to a solution to climate change. Secondly, it's absolutely crucial too, because for those of us who live in the Northern Hemisphere, this is a technology which can be turned off and turned on. It's dispatchable. So unlike wind, unlike solar, biogas is there when you need it, when the days are short in Canada or the northern United States or northern Europe. It's there to provide heat when you need it. It's there to provide electricity or gas when you need it. Whereas, of course, we know solar and wind are great, marvelous technologies where the cost is coming down dramatically, but they have one enormous potential drawback, which is when the sun is not shining, you don't get any solar, and when the wind is not blowing, you don't get any wind. So looking at the renewable technologies, which can fill that gap, maintain the integrity of grids through a winter period in the Northern Hemisphere, is absolutely crucial. And biogas has that key advantage. And people sometimes say, well, it's not big enough. Well, I think Charlotte has given some very telling figures on the potential scale. But remember that it is often lots of small businesses that can make a much bigger impact turning around a sector than one or two really big businesses. And farming itself, after all, is formed by comparison with most other sectors of the world economy of very large numbers of small units, and yet is absolutely essential to our well-being. And for exactly that reason, AD as a technology, although each individual AD plant may be small by comparison with a new nuclear plant or a massive offshore wind installation, taken together, you actually see an enormous impact on the solution. So it is big enough. And then finally, the bear in the room, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. People are looking at the economic environment today and saying, look, there is an enormous opportunity for biogas because of what has happened to natural gas prices as the natural competitor for biogas. What has happened to natural gas prices, which are, I've just checked as before coming on the stand, 145% higher in Europe today than they were exactly a year ago. Now, a lot of people say, oh yes, but this isn't going to last. This isn't about, this is the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And of course, the Russia-Ukraine conflict is absolutely appalling, and it has had a substantial impact on the market. But it's worth pointing out that the gas price in Europe at the Dutch TTF hub was actually slightly lower, only slightly lower by less than €1 the day before the Russian invasion than it is today. So the Russian invasion has had an impact, and it certainly sent gas prices soaring up, but that's actually come down. And what we mustn't forget is that there had already been a very substantial run-up in natural gas prices going up to prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I don't think that's going away anytime soon. The demand for gas is there. The fundamental supply constraints around the world for LNG, for US shale gas are there, and that environment is going to continue for biogas. And that's why I think we have a unique opportunity in the sector now, and why I'm so pleased to be taking over the chairmanship of ADBA now, precisely because I think that the case for the industry is so much stronger and is so obviously strong right now in these circumstances that investors are newly interested, technologists and developers are newly interested, farmers are newly interested. There are enormous opportunities, and I very much look forward to sharing that journey with all of you. So thank you again for inviting me, and I'll now hand back to Charlotte to orchestrate the remainder of our panel.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm delighted that you've joined us again at ADBA, and very much look forward to working with you to continue to make impact here in the UK. Shortly, as I said, we're going to be hearing from the White House and the Second Lady of Ghana. But before that, due to a change in Rick Duke's schedule in particular, we are going to hear from Roberta Cheney, who is the biofuel manager at the Fondon Maersk McKinney Moller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. Roberta's focus is, not surprisingly, on decarbonizing shipping. Her presentation is going to show the role that the center foresees for biogas, but also what biogas suppliers must achieve to enable this to happen. But just before I hand over to Roberta, a piece of housekeeping. Delegates joining us virtually can ask questions. So the way to do that is using the Ask a Question tab to the right of your screen. So, ladies and gentlemen, Roberta.
Do I have some? Yes. Thank you very much, Charlotte, and thank you very much for allowing me to pitch the view of one of the possible off-taker of the products of biogas. So the shipping industry, some of you might be familiar with that. The shipping industry is like a hidden giant. Roughly or above 90% of the goods that we surround ourselves with have been in one of these large ships at one moment in their product supply chain. So it certainly is a very significant industry and a significant force to reckon with when we consider how to decarbonize. The three words on the organization that I belong to. From the name, you will notice that it was established by the Maersk Fondon. Maersk is one of the largest shipping operators in the world, particularly within container shipping. We are an independent organization and serve the shipping industry as a whole. Our purpose is to help all of the industry in the transition towards greener modes of operation. Just a few words about shipping. You will recognize a container ship there. Some of the newest of those ships are about 400 meters long. They transport roughly 20,000 20-foot equivalent containers, and they consume, as an average, something like 40 to 50,000 tons of fuel every year, one of them. The whole industry comprises roughly 100,000 commercial vessels. They are, of course, not all of the size that I just mentioned. Many are smaller, but many are also bigger. The industry consumes 300 million tons of oil and is responsible for roughly 3% of the global CO2 emissions. This doesn't account for greenhouse gas emission associated with black carbon emissions. If I link back to the picture of before, this large ship, 400 meters long, consuming roughly 50,000 tons of oil per year. This, if we were to provide bunker for that ships from biogas, that would correspond to roughly one plant supplying 10,000 norm cubic meter per hour. So these plants are in the way to be built, or perhaps one is already existing in that size, but of course they are outliers in the industry. Most of the biogas plants are significantly smaller. I say all this, I throw all these numbers on the table just to give you the perspective of what kind of sizes we are talking when we discuss decarbonizing the shipping industry. One of the products of the center is to look into what kind of energy mix the industry could profit on. You will see here on the right-hand side, 2020 through 2030 is mostly going to be covered by the traditional fossil fuel. It's heavy fuel oil. Today it has low sulfur, but it's mostly of fossil origin. There is also, only towards 2030 and 2035, we will see upcoming biofuels. And particularly for shipping, we talk mostly about biomethanol and biomethane. Both of them can be obviously produced from biogas through either per se or through further processing thanks to renewable hydrogen. Another, you will see here, you will notice here on the columns, the pink portion is biomethane, which becomes substantial after 2030, and the yellow portion is the Senate portion is biomethanol, which becomes substantial a little bit afterwards. There will be a lot of other fuels contributing to the energy mix. They will be mostly of power to X type, where we consider the carbon coming from direct air capture. Another important aspect of this picture is the role of LNG. LNG ships have already been built for the last 10-15 years, and they're actually becoming very important. And you see is the gray portion of the columns that represents LNG. So being relatively important already in 2025 and growing through 2030. A picture of how LNG is being adopted is shown here. You see, starting around 2005, today there are roughly 400 ships that bunker LNG. This means they are fueled with LNG. Either are already in operation, or they will be, or they are on order. But at the end of the decade, there will be 800. This is, I think, a very important point in this context, because LNG is liquefied methane, and there is no difference between liquefied methane of fossil origin and liquefied methane of bio origin. So in this sense, there is already by the end of the decade, there are already 800 ships that are ready to take biomethane in liquefied form for the purpose of being operated. This all points towards a very bright future for biogas, but there is a caveat. And the caveat actually comes from the ship's emission itself. It has become, in the recent time, we have become aware that ship's engines, they emit very substantial amount of methane. May emit. There are perfectly designed engines. They only emit 0.2% methane as methane slips, so the portion of the methane that is uncombusted. However, there are also poor performers that may emit up to 4, 5, 6, 7, 6%. Together with other fugitive emission along the supply chain after tanking, that can become, we calculated that can be up to 7%. This has triggered a reaction from the World Bank that, as you see in the title of this article, has taken an anti-LNG stance to the IMO, which is the International Maritime Organization, and has asked countries to pull back investment for LNG. And this is obvious because an emission of 7% methane negate all the benefit that we have from replacing the heavy fuel oil with the LNG. So ships that emit so much methane, they should rather bunker heavy fuel oil. This picture from the IPCC report might be very familiar to you, and it represents if you look on the right side, it represents how much individual molecules have contributed to global warming so far. The first one, the red column, is CO2. CO2 has contributed to global warming by roughly 0.7 degrees C. Methane is the second column, and you will notice that that is 0.5 degrees C so far. This is the picture. This is the global warming that we have, the influence on global warming that we have so far. There are at least two considerations that are very important here. First of all, methane is not that far a second, so we are not going to achieve to stop global warming if we only take care of CO2. We need to take care of methane as well if we want to stop global warming. An important observation with regard to anthropogenic methane emission is that they come mostly from either as side product of the supply chain of fossil fuels. This means in the exploration and production and conversion and utilization of coal, oil, and natural gas. The whole supply chain is riddled with emissions of methane. But they also come, as Charlotte was pointing out, they also come from poor management of waste. So in this sense, biogas, by treating waste and removing the emission caused by poor management and by replacing fossil energy, will actually contribute also to reduce CO2 emissions, but also reduce very significantly the methane emissions. So this is definitely an extremely promising technology. The caveat here is, similarly as for the ships, are the emissions at the biogas plant. Some of you might have seen these pictures from a report of the IEA, Group 37. They have looked into the biogas supply chain and have identified a number of places where actually emission can occur, and sometimes also significantly. The assessment from the Group 37 here was that the emissions can be as high as 10%, even though in best cases they can be as low as 0.1%. The Danish EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, has run a similar estimate for Danish plants and has realized that there are individual outliers. They are outliers, but some biogas plants emit up to 40% of the methane that they produce. So these numbers are, of course, staggering high. With regards to this assessment, there might be also additional reason for worry, and some are that emissions can also come upstream in the supply chain, in the management of waste, for example, in the barns. But there seems to be a kind of, because the industry is so old and it has been established in a point of time in which there was not so much attention towards methane emission, there seems to be some poor engineering practice that was that has led this development. So we see, for example, lack of temporary storage can just cause venting of rejected gas from the gas grid, for example. So it's a very substantial amount of methane. This worries the shipping industry. This worries us because we already have the problem of methane emission in the ship. The shipping industry would be very worried to go into to embrace a new technology that also has substantial emission in the upstream. So for us, biogas pathways may be a no-go if we are not convinced that the fugitive emission can be actually eliminated. I am here just to kind of make the audience aware that the off-takers are really considering very carefully this point. And because very significant investment must be made from our side to embrace biogas products, we of course need to be comfortable that there are no hidden negative aspects in the supply chain. So I hope the point is explained clearly. I really hope that the industry makes a commitment to kind of establish better control, better analysis, and better establish good measures to eliminate fugitive emission. With that, I would like to thank you very much, and of course I welcome any questions and any networking opportunity that give us the possibility to exchange information and exchange inputs on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberta. I think that was a really, really interesting presentation, and to have a really clear message from what could be an enormous potential off-taker of practically all the biomethane the industry could produce, that you are really interested in taking it, but only if we can ensure that our production processes absolutely are as professional as we can and totally minimize any methane leakage en route, is a perfect message for us all to hear today. And I can certainly say that from WBA's perspective, high performance and best practice is very much a core focus of what we want to do. But it's great to have had this presentation today. Any questions from any of you on the floor to either Chris or Roberta? And John, do we have any questions coming in from our people joining us virtually? How many of you thought shipping was going to be the future? Or how many of you think shipping could be the future for biomethane? Or large parts of it? You do? Oh, you do? Slightly biased.
Slightly biased. Yes, well, I'm part of the shipping industry, and we're looking at bringing more LNG into the shipping industry, and particularly bio-LNG. So I've been interested. I guess one question might be, what would the shipping industry need to see from the biomethane industry in terms of certification that would get you comfortable that the chain is robust?
This is still something that is in theory. We have, there is not a lot. There are voluntary certification processes, and large enterprises are trying to establish their own methods. But at the moment, there is not a clear method. Definitely, an LCA assessment that tracks the carbon molecules throughout the whole supply chain will definitely have to be encouraging to make sure that we don't run in a situation like we have today for LNG.
Do you see any better alternatives, for example, e-methanol or blue ammonia? I mean, they all have some similar problems, and none have the same. So you'll be looking for similar certification across all alternatives, I guess.
E-methanol would not have e-fuels if they are generated using direct air captures. They would not have a similar problem. So, but on the other hand, they are far ahead in the future, because we need first to establish the renewable energy capacity, then the electrolytic capacity, which is definitely an issue, and then we have to convert those, and then we have to synthesize those molecules. So definitely biogas is extremely attractive because it's just there, is available there, it is now, and we really would like to be an off-taker, but we really would like to feel comfortable too.
Thank you.
Jorge.
Yes, to Rick and Charlotte. Some words about the other challenge we are facing regarding the carbon capture in soils and how we can contribute from our industry to achieve that, no? Because it's more complex than just only operating a plant. There's a holistic view of the use of biogas in the farming business.
So the question is about taking into account the carbon that's going back into soil. Absolutely. And I think to link all these points, one of the things I think that, and WBA is very focused on, is developing an international certification scheme that is focused on best practice, but is then also linked to a life cycle analysis, which we've talked about. I know, Thomas, you have demonstrated that, and others have demonstrated quite clearly that an LCA, through an LCA, that biogas can be carbon, not just carbon zero, but carbon negative. And the more we can demonstrate that and link that also to financial incentives, the more that every plant operator is then incentivized to maximize their carbon performance, if you like. So all these things can actually, is something that is work that we're developing and working on, but could easily then give the answer to you, Roberta, and the shipping industry, that not only are we doing best practice, but we're certificating that and demonstrating it through an LCA. So would that give you sort of the right kind of answer?
Absolutely, because at the end of the day, we will have to see what what kind of regulatory frame we face. At the moment, within the EU frame, there is a proposal, the Fuel EU Maritime, that stipulates how the emission shall be reduced for ships calling ports in Europe. So, and of course, if we have an LCA in which the emissions are certified, then we can use that to calculate actually the reduction that we are achieving and ensure that we are complying with the regulation. So definitely that would be something extremely appreciated.
Great. Chris?
I just add one point, because I think it's really worth highlighting the potential for going to negative emissions for those technologies like biogas that have got that option. You could also potentially see it for biomass, you can see it for some others, but we are, in my view, going to need negative emissions in the run-up to dealing with the problem. And therefore, actually, that's a very important, and it will be an increasingly important advantage for the sector.
Okay. Great. Is your question very quick? Because we need to move on to the next one. Okay. So apologies. Do come up and ask us afterwards. Thank you both very much for joining us for that and answering the questions. Chris, you're free to go.
Thank you.
So I'm now pleased to introduce our first keynote speaker, Rick Duke. Rick Duke is the Senior Director and White House Liaison for the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry, and co-chairman of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. But unfortunately, yesterday, Rick was rerouted to Mexico. So what he has done for us is to pre-record a short video message. So I'm now going to hand over to Rick on our screens.
Good morning. My name is Rick Duke. I'm Deputy to John Kerry, the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate for the United States government. I'm thrilled to be speaking to this group gathered for the 2022 World Biogas Summit. Thanks to the World Biogas Association for the kind invitation. I wish I could be there with you in the United Kingdom in person, but in any case, it's a pleasure to be sharing this virtual stage with Her Excellency Hadja Samira Bawumia, the Second Lady of Ghana, and ambassador to the UN-backed Global Alliance for Clean Cook Stoves, a topic which has tremendous intersection with biogas and where there are major co-benefit opportunities from deployment of these solutions for both development and climate benefits. Between us, we represent many of the benefits of biogas for the climate, economic development, and health outcomes we all seek to advance. Let me start with some context on the topic of methane more broadly. It's really promising to see that the World Biogas Association has focused on the methane reduction imperative for this biogas summit this year. Methane action is absolutely critical if we are to have a hope of retaining a safer 1.5 degree centigrade climate future, and thereby preventing the most dangerous and disastrous impacts of climate change. In fact, if you look at the methane that's in the atmosphere already, it's causing 0.5 degree centigrade of today's 1.1 degrees centigrade of warming, from which we're already suffering significant and growing impacts. And there's no faster way to pump the brakes on dangerous climate change than to reduce methane emissions quickly. And that's why President Biden and President von der Leyen of the European Commission launched the Global Methane Pledge at COP26 in Glasgow last fall, with the goal of reducing global methane emissions by at least 30% by 2030. As of now, we have more than 115 countries participating in the Global Methane Pledge, working together towards that common aim. And they represent together about half of global methane emissions and about 70% of the global economy. In addition, we've seen key support emerge over 340 million in the form of the Global Methane Hub from philanthropies that have stepped up to provide grant support for countries to act on methane. Also, the United States and the European Union and other governments have announced new and substantial commitments to groups like the Climate and Clean Air Coalition and the International Methane Emissions Observatory to support countries in implementing the Global Methane Pledge. So it's an exciting time for action on methane, and it's overdue. So let's talk about how biogas fits in. As many of you know, biogas can be made from any organic material through anaerobic digestion. Major sources include manure, sewage, food loss and waste, crop residues, and others. And the benefits of biogas for economic development and livelihoods are numerous for both local health and to increase access to cooking fuels. Let me just say a bit about 3 of the climate and environmental benefits as well. First, manure and organic material in agriculture contribute about 3% of global methane emissions, while solid waste and wastewater contribute 10% each. While anaerobic digestion isn't economic in every case, it is a very promising solution to reduce a significant percentage of these methane emissions, as well as the nitrous oxide and CO2 emissions that also come from these organic wastes. Second, if all organic waste were converted into biogas and used to generate electricity, it could meet about 1/5 of global electricity consumption. And if this energy is utilized as biomethane, it can substitute for more than 1/4 of current natural gas consumption. These are, of course, aspirational figures, but it's important to understand that even capturing 10% of this potential would support energy and climate security goals importantly. Third, and finally, fertilizer production can offset some nitrogen fertilizer application and N2O emissions. Use of digestate as soil amendment can replace about 6% of inorganic fertilizer currently in use. And especially in a time where Russia's invasion of Ukraine has led to serious fertilizer shortages and food scarcity worldwide, this benefit is particularly timely and important right now. Now, based on current estimates, the world is only tapping into about 2% of the total potential for anaerobic digestion, which is another way of saying there's lots of room for growth. And there are promising signs. Installed capacity of these technologies has doubled in the past decade and continues to rise at an impressive rate. So as the world begins to better understand the near-term opportunities from methane emissions reductions, it's my hope that biogas continues to grow in prominence as a valuable near-term solution to methane emission reductions and to deliver all of these important co-benefits. Thanks again for the chance to speak with you, and I hope that you all have a very productive conference. Take care.
Well, you won't be able to hear us applaud, but it was great to have that endorsement at such a high level for the biogas industry. And I think there was 2 things I'd sort of comment about that, is his focus on all the benefits of biogas, both from the small-scale kitchen stove all the way up to what we've heard about from the potential for the shipping industry and everything in between, just shows the enormous versatility of it. But also his point about the industry doubling in the last decade alone. My personal view is that climate change is the biggest commercial opportunity that anybody has ever had. The industry is already growing at a CAGR of well over 8%. So the economics are still challenging in many cases, but that is changing as we're seeing very clearly as a result of energy, fertilizer, and CO2 prices rising. So we're in a very challenging world in many respects, but what we have before us is a very exciting commercial opportunity as well. So now I would like to introduce Her Excellency Samira Bawumia, the Second Lady of Ghana, who has appeared, I hope, on screen alongside a member of our panel on methane action plans, who I will also introduce shortly. Her Excellency is our second keynote speaker of the day. She is the Ambassador for the Global Alliance for Clean Cook Stoves and UN Ambassador for SDG 7 to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all by 2030. Her Excellency has received the prestigious Ashton Award in recognition of her significant contribution towards mobilizing action on SDG 7. I was fortunate to share a platform with Her Excellency at COP26 and was frankly astonished by her presentation and the terrible impacts short-lived climate pollutants, such as methane and black soot, have on millions of people around the world. The devastation on people and planet demands immediate action. Aligning with agendas on the Green Revolution and education of the girl child, AD has a key role to play in emerging economies. Before I hand over the platform, please note that Samira will be staying with us for the panel discussion on methane action plans, following which there will be opportunities to ask questions. Again, virtual delegates, please place your questions in the Q&A panel to the right of your screen. Her Excellency, Samira Bawumia, over to you.
Thank you so much, Charlotte, and it's a real honor to join you today. And I suppose this summit speaks to our collective determination to champion and advocate issues critical to climate, environment, gender, health, and livelihood inequalities. And I'm very grateful to the World Biogas Association for the honor of inviting me to share my perspectives. And I'd like to commend Rick Duke also for his very insightful comments as well. Ladies and gentlemen, environmental protection is becoming a huge and urgent issue for the modern industry. Global warming and the reduction of greenhouse emissions have become issues of global interest, and worldwide over 105 billion tons of organic waste are generated every year. Yet only 2% of these organics are currently being recycled. These organic wastes include food waste, sewage, garden waste, food and drink processing waste, farm and agricultural waste. Without effective management, these wastes could contribute to the pollution of the planet. They contribute to contamination of our water bodies, reduce air quality, and emit methane directly into the atmosphere, greenhouse gas, far more potent than carbon dioxide. As a global champion for the Clean Cooking Alliance and the Health and Energy Platform for Action, HEPA, at the World Health Organization, WHO, this is an issue that I'm really passionate about, and I'm looking towards addressing. And we're reminded at COP24 that the climate change is moving faster than we are. So we face an imminent threat in spite of all our efforts, and clean cooking is really a significant part of this conversation that we're having. Unfortunately, clean cooking has not been given the necessary attention and investment despite its enormous effects across the Sustainable Development Agenda. Globally, more than 2.5 billion people lack access to clean cooking facilities, relying instead on solid biomass, kerosene or coal as their primary cooking fuel. In Africa, the numbers continue to rise. Close to 940 million of the continent's population lack clean cooking solutions. And despite unclean cooking being a leading source of global air pollution and causing more deaths every year than HIV, AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis combined, it is one of the most underfunded and furthest behind indicators in the SDGs, receiving less than 1% of the estimated resources needed to address it. According to Africa Renewal, a magazine published by the United Nations for Africa, the estimated economic cost of premature deaths from ambient particulate matter pollution in 2013 was $215 billion. The estimated economic cost of premature deaths from household air pollution stood at $230 billion US. This was in 2013, but you can only imagine the cost today. And it is mostly women who bear the brunt of this cost in the form of poor health, insecurity, gender and inequality, and the loss of productivity. Air pollution causes more than 7 million deaths every year, with 1.1 million deaths occurring in Africa. Household air pollution, which is driven largely by indoor cook stoves, accounted for 700,000 fatalities, while increased outdoor air pollution claimed 400,000 lives. And each of these lives represents a daughter, a father, a mother, a friend, a loved one. And these deaths are avoidable and unacceptable. The United Nations Environment Programme and World Meteorological Organization estimates that the specific reduction in short-lived climate pollutants could save 2.4 million lives by 2030 alone. And a transition to clean energy must be achieved cannot be achieved without sustained support and participation from all of us. The World Energy Outlook estimates about 55% of the cumulative emissions are linked to consumer choices. And these energy choices affect multiple aspects of people's lives, from transport to heating and cooking to urban planning and jobs. And we all have a role to play in addressing this clean cooking issue. Now, biogas as an alternative to burning polluting wood, dung, or fossil fuel for household energy. Biogas could also help slow climate change, improve global health, reduce agricultural losses, increase energy access, and improve people's lives and businesses. However, it's still currently massively underutilized technology. And by turning organic waste into renewable energy source, the production of biogas and anaerobic digestion offers a window into a world in which resources are continuously used and reused, one in which rising demand for energy services can be met while also delivering on wider environmental benefits. We need to prioritize its deployment as a major policy initiative while we take measures to address the issues of water and air pollution, as well as access to clean energy. Reducing net zero energy globally by 2050 is a critical and formidable goal, and it hinges on alternative, formidable, and clean technologies. With 2030 less than 10 years away, we no longer have the luxury of waiting or taking baby steps. On this year's World Environmental Day, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, stated, and I quote, "This planet is our only home. It is vital we safeguard the health of its atmosphere, the richness and diversity of life on Earth, its ecosystem, the finite resources, but we're also failing to do so. We're asking too much of our planet. Earth's natural systems cannot keep up with our demands," end quote. And I couldn't agree more. We cannot reach our goal of delivering on several of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals without changing our business as usual approach. The COVID-19 pandemic, however, has had devastating effects on health and economic consequences, with unprecedented disruptions to people's lives and the global economy. As nations look to rebuild their economies in the wake of COVID, it is important that we emphasize on building back better through a green recovery. And as the world crude prices also are reaching unbelievable heights, it is imperative that we remove these barriers that inhibit scaling up of adoption and deployment of this alternative and renewable technology solutions. The high investment costs, coupled with a lack of subsidies, financial support programs, and soft loans are critical economic barriers, especially in developing countries. And also the cultural resistance, fueled often by misconceptions to these solutions, are all impact biogas adoption and dissemination. The Climate Clean Air Coalition estimates that 30 million households in Africa could use a biodigester, but less than 1% actually has one. So Africa is really an untapped resource and an opportunity hub for all of us. I want to focus also, we all need to focus on the affordability of this technology. Innovation is also key and critical to ensuring its widespread adoption and sustainable development. Reducing prices via low-cost design, local production, and innovative financing model can also lower upfront costs. Local solutions require local participation and ownership in order to succeed. Governments must prioritize solutions and translate their global commitments into concrete evidence-based policies. The world has a huge challenge to move to net zero by 2050, and clean cooking is at the heart of it. Biogas is also a critical part of it. Emission reduction has to go hand in hand with efforts to ensure energy access for all by 2030. In doing so, let us engage political and business leaders, especially policymakers, experts, and civil society while building local capacity. The development of biomethane and biogas goes hand in hand with the energy transition we're witnessing, and ensuring access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable solutions for all is essential to the cause of achieving healthy lives and sustainable development. And I urge all of us to be focused on getting more action to be taken to integrate household energy solutions in order to achieve success, not just for our present generation, but for all generations to come. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Her Excellency. That was an excellent message for us all to receive. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard very clearly why we need to act. So now we're going to consider how. How do we get from where we are today to where we want and absolutely really need to be? So this is critically important. At the close of COP26, all countries were mandated to return to COP27 in Egypt with more ambitious, nationally determined contributions, climate plans to achieve net zero. To help us understand what they might look like, we're very pleased to welcome Clifford Rechtschaffen, Commissioner of the California Public Utilities Commission, Pamela Franklin, Chief of the Non-CO2 Programs Branch of the US Environmental Protection Agency, and Martina Otto, who is the head of the CCA Secretariat, the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, with responsibility for delivery of the global methane pledge. Under Commissioner Rechtschaffen's leadership, the CPUC has just introduced a methane mandate. The US EPA has issued a methane action plan, and the CCAC are to police the global methane pledge. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Commissioner Rechtschaffen.
It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to talk about the renewable gas standard that the Public Utilities Commission adopted earlier this year. The background for this statute is that in 2016, California adopted a comprehensive short-lived climate pollutant statute calling for a 40% reduction of methane and other short-lived climate pollutants by 2030 from 2014 levels. You can see on the pie chart that the major sources of methane emissions in California include dairies, both manure management and enteric emissions, as well as landfills. Emissions from landfills in California are partially but not completely controlled. Subsequent to that, the California legislature passed another statute, SB 1440, requiring my agency, the California Public Utilities Commission, to consider whether to adopt a biomethane procurement program for the state's gas utilities. The staff proposed a procurement plan last year, and then in February, we adopted a renewable gas standard. And this is geared to reductions in the landfill and dairy sectors, which, as you can see, are responsible for more than 75% of the state's emissions, as well as emissions from other agricultural and forestry waste. The decision sets two procurement targets for the gas utilities: a 2025 target of 17.6 billion cubic feet, which will help, most importantly, help the state meet our goals to divert 75% of organic waste from landfills by 2025. And this goal took into account the existing capacity of other diversion facilities, which you can see in this chart, such as composting and other sources, and what capacity was needed to be filled. We expect that much of the organic waste being diverted from landfills will be converted to biomethane through co-digestion at wastewater treatment plants that are already using anaerobic digesters and have the capacity to process more organic waste. Then second, the decision set what we call a midterm target, which is a 2030 biomethane procurement target, and that target is 72.8 billion cubic feet per year, and that will help us meet the 40% methane reduction targets by capturing waste from both landfills, dairies, and other sources such as forest waste and agricultural waste. The 2030 target represents about 12% of what our gas utilities serve for what are called core customers, and those are residential and small commercial customers. So it's about 12% of the gas that's supplied to those customers in 2030 will come from renewable gas. My agency does not regulate industrial and other customers, so-called non-core customers, who purchase their gas directly from wholesale providers. So California will have to reduce emissions from that sector in a different way. The absolute annual procurement volume will remain the same after 2030. So we anticipate that the percentage of the load, of the overall customer load that this target represents, will keep increasing over time as gas demand decreases due to building electrification and other decarbonization efforts. The targets will be revisited in 2030. And this just shows some of the various feedstocks, such as forest, agricultural, and urban wood waste that will be captured by this program. They will reduce not only methane, but also black carbon emissions as well. Even though it's one of the leading sources of methane emissions in California, I think it's worth noting that including dairy biomethane was controversial in the state, and that's because of concerns about pollution from dairies, which adversely impacts adjacent communities, and whether or not this procurement mandate would encourage those dairies to expand. The decision allows the utilities to procure biomethane from dairies, but in a more limited amount, and only after they have met their short-term target for biomethane produced from organic waste diverted from landfills. And we also added additional measures to address the concerns about air and water quality from dairies. The underlying statute, SB 1440, requires that any targets the Commission adopts are a, quote, cost-effective means of achieving reductions in the emissions of short-lived climate pollutants. And we approached this question in two ways. First, the decision says that the targets don't have to be the most cost-effective means, just that they are a cost-effective means. And as we interpreted the statute, this can include non-monetary costs, such as the social cost of methane. And here, the average cost of biomethane for most contracts that we expect will be in the range of 17 to 26 million metric BTUs, which is less than the social cost of methane, which in 2021 was 26 million MMBTU. And also, we hadn't found other feasible methods to address all the organic waste that must be diverted from landfills. So that's how we approached the cost effectiveness question. We included other provisions in the standard that will achieve cost effectiveness. The utilities are required to develop a standard procurement methodology that can be used in individual contracts that procure biomethane. and they can propose other cost containment measures as the decision is implemented. There's a 3-tier approval process for contracts by the PUC. We call it an advice letter process, with higher levels of review depending on how expensive the contracts are. The decision includes a number of other procurement requirements that I won't go into too much detail about, but that includes requirements to encourage sustainable practices at biomethane facilities, such as using electric vehicles, limiting the combustion of electricity generated by biomethane on site, because in California, most of the biomethane facilities are in areas of severe air quality pollution in the Central Valley of California. We require tracking of through a platform, a renewable energy tracking system, and we require the utilities to maintain exclusive ownership of all the environmental attributes from renewable fuel sources to prevent double counting. We also limit contracts to 15 years, and they must end in 2040. And the reason for that is because there's uncertainty about future gas demand as electrification proceeds. And we also may want to target biomethane for hard to electrify industrial processes rather than to serve residential and small commercial customers. And then we require a procurement advisory group to look over the contracts. I think I'm out of time. I just want to have here for future reference other policies that we implemented to prepare for biomethane procurement, to standardize biomethane gas quality, injection, and regulatory processes, as well as incentives for biomethane interconnection to gas pipelines. Thank you very much.
Well, I think we can give him a good chat. Thank you very much, Commissioner. What we saw there was clear, simple, and effective action to address methane emissions, one applicable to many countries' NDCs. So now we hear from Pamela to understand the mechanisms that the Environmental Protection Agency is considering to tackle methane from all sectors, but in particular agriculture and waste. Pamela.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today. I am trying to share my screen. I hope you all can see that. It's a great pleasure to be here today with all of you. I am here today to talk about the U.S. Methane Emissions Reduction Action Plan, which is a bit of a mouthful, but this is a plan that was issued actually by the White House in November of 2021. It's a whole of government approach to highlighting actions and building upon previous efforts and actions that the U.S. government has taken across at the federal level to address the key methane emission sectors. And it includes both regulatory and voluntary actions. And it includes all the key sectors that are important for U.S. emissions, from coal mines and oil and gas to landfills and agricultural sources. In the U.S., some of our biggest sources of methane, which constitutes about 11% of our total emissions, include oil and gas systems at 32%, enteric fermentation at 27%, landfills at 17%, manure management and coal mining are the main sources. And so this plan does lay out actions and approaches for all of those sectors. I know that this is a biogas forum, but just want to lay out the fact that this action plan does address, again, our most important source of emissions in the oil and gas sector, and lays out a number of actions that EPA in particular is taking to address these emissions. And this really relies heavily upon regulations. In 2021, EPA issued some bold new proposals for emissions from the oil and gas sector. In particular, we received over 500,000 public comments on those regulations. We're in the process of developing a new supplemental package that will get us towards a final rule sometime next year, within the next year. And again, on the coal mine side, we're looking at how abandoned coal mines can be addressed. Focusing on the landfill sector, again, this is the third largest source in the U.S. Of anthropogenic methane emissions, second largest industrial source. So one thing we're focusing on here is building upon our existing regulatory structure for under the Clean Air Act. There are statutory regulations that limit the emissions from large landfills. And then on the voluntary side, EPA has a program called the Landfill Methane Outreach Program that provides technical and other types of assistance and information resources to help promote the capture and use of landfill gas for multiple types of end uses, including renewable natural gas. And on the other hand, we're also working to ramp up ways in which we can reduce the amount of emissions from the landfills in the first place. So working together to reduce the organics that are being emitted from landfills. And we've got a goal to reduce methane emissions by 50% by 2030. We're working on developing a variety of different types of tools to help our stakeholders in the landfill sector to reduce these emissions. So this includes working with them to identify ways in which, even after their power purchase agreements to produce electricity and to sell electricity have ended, trying to identify a whole range of different options that those landfills have beyond the extent of their power purchase agreements. We've also worked to develop a number of technical resources and tools, so looking particularly at food waste, in which we can inform our domestic policymakers, researchers, and the public about the importance of reducing food loss and waste and the environmental benefits from reducing it. And then finally, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Food and Drug Administration, and the EPA have all signed a formal agreement to reduce food loss and waste, which includes a number of provisions, including a lot of emphasis on educating Americans about the importance of addressing food waste, so to minimize the organics that are getting into the landfill and reducing the emissions that way. And then, you know, the bulk of this plan of the U.S. Methane Action Emissions Reduction Action Plan is focused on domestic action, but just want to note that all of these efforts are then parlayed into our international collaboration under the auspices of the Global Methane Initiative and the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. So we translate these technical resources and tools into our international work, whether it's bilaterally or multilaterally. In the agriculture sector, this is an important sector both for enteric fermentation at 27% of our emissions and manure management, which is 9% of our total methane emissions. We've got a number of different approaches, and the primary actor here is actually not EPA, but is our U.S. Department of Agriculture, which works with farmers and ranchers to identify a number of voluntary and incentive-based approaches to advance climate goals. The USDA is working and pursuing multiple work streams, including adopting alternative manure management systems and other methane reducing practices. They're launching a climate smart partnership initiative. They're working to promote on-farm renewable energy from methane capture and to increase investments in agricultural methane emissions and innovations. And just to speak a little bit about the progress that's being made under this plan, the first thing is that the USDA has released their first progress report on the climate smart agriculture and forestry. They're continuing to work with stakeholders to develop and implement strategies based on the feedback. The Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities provides up to $1 billion that would provide funding for pilot projects to create market opportunities for commodities produced using climate smart practices to either reduce greenhouse gas emissions or sequester carbon. And then there's a lot of collaboration that happens through with the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Agriculture, including through our voluntary Ag Star program that provides outreach and technical assistance and is really focused on encouraging the use of anaerobic digesters to recover methane that's emitted from manure management systems on farms. So we're really excited about those efforts. And we, again, as in the landfill sector, continue to apply these tools and resources in our international outreach activities under the auspices of the Global Methane Initiative and the CCAC. And then, of course, this is an area in which we have developed a bunch of resources that I just wanted to make you aware of, that there's a policymaker's handbook for measurement, reporting, and verification in this sector, including, we think of biogas very broadly, agriculture, municipal solid waste, and wastewater sectors. And we have developed a number at EPA, a number of tools that we've grouped into a biogas toolkit that we hope will be useful for our stakeholders. So this includes the solid waste emissions estimation tool, or SWEET, a landfill gas screening tool, an anaerobic digestion screening tool, handbook and operator guidebook, risk analysis checklist for anaerobic digester projects, and a cost estimating tool called Organics for managing source separated organic waste. So again, we hope that these resources are familiar to you and look forward to working with you to help you with these tools. We think they're very useful in addressing methane emissions from this sector. And then just want to say that while most of the plan itself is focusing on domestic activities and ways in which the U.S. can reduce our own methane emissions, we remain very, very committed to supporting our colleagues internationally, and not only under the auspices of the Global Methane Pledge, which I believe you heard about earlier, but also in ways in which through the GMI and also in our support for the CCAC, that we can continue to help other countries that want to advance, whether it's developing their own frameworks or plans for addressing methane emissions, whether it's in pursuing, monitoring emissions verification efforts through a MRV resource center that we have in development and hope to launch shortly, and as well as through bilateral engagement. And we're really proud to be working collaboratively with the CCAC and are planning an event focused around methane mitigation and policy awareness this September in Washington, D.C., and we hope to be sharing more information about that event with you shortly. So I'd just like to thank you all so much for your attention and look forward to the discussion portion later. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. That was great. Again, clear actions, clearly widely applicable, and I love the toolkits and other advice that is being developed and made available. Now, finally, to Martina. The CCAC is to be the secretariat of the Global Methane Pledge to ensure its delivery, and Martina is going to help us understand how the pledge will be implemented. Over to you, Martina.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I hope it works and you can see my slides. I'm very happy to be with you all today as well. And well, as Pamela said already, there's very close collaboration also amongst the panelists that have been speaking to you already. If you allow me, just a quick word on the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. We are a partnership of over 73 national governments and gather also 19 international organizations, over 70 non-governmental organizations, and we interact with literally hundreds of partners. The Secretariat and the Trust Fund are housed in UNEP, and we work at the nexus of climate and clean air to help put the world on a pathway that rapidly reduces warming in the near term, and at the same time really maximize development, health, environment, and food security benefits. And we see ourselves as extremely complementary to the overall decarbonization efforts. And our focus is on the short-lived climate pollutants. And we did issue the Global Methane Assessment, which was a bit of a starting point for the Global Methane Pledge. I'm sure Rick mentioned that earlier today. We supported the consultative meetings that were, put together in the lead up to the Global Methane Pledge, and we will have a role as one of the core implementers of the Global Methane Pledge as well. And just to show the slide again, Rick did speak to those numbers already. They do come from the Global Methane Assessment, and they do show not only what needs to happen to keep 1.5 degree alive, but also what is within reach. And I think that's important to keep in mind. In terms of our support to the implementation of the Global Methane Pledge, we're the first point of entry, literally, for the countries. We have a trust fund and also are looking to additional means. And through that, we offer capacity support with regard to policy and planning, key sectors. We support, for example, the hiring of national experts to build institutional strengthening as well. And we work very much on the political cloud side of things with ministerial meetings, really a communications effort. And last but not least, we work on tracking the progress, and I will speak about that in a short while as well. And this is very much aligned with the kinds of support we offer more broadly, and I just want to highlight this strong scientific base that we have, as well as the work on technology demonstrations that we have done in the past. We also offer a solutions center type of intervention with quick but small financial support to unblock key barriers that are being identified. This is a quick overview of the 6 sectors for which we have hubs, and then which is complemented by this national planning hub as well. And obviously you see as well the 3 that are very relevant for methane. And the idea behind those hubs is to gather partners. There's a leadership group as well, and co-leads for each of them. They're usually countries who are the co-leads, and they work on a joint vision in the given sector. It is very much about peer-to-peer exchange, a little bit along the lines of what we've already heard in the 2 other presentations, really getting down to the nitty-gritty, what has worked, what are some of the pitfalls, how to actually learn from that. It's about very much catalyzing action via matchmaking to connect partners in taking things forward as well. And as I said, this direct financial support for which we've set up a process that goes through an expression of interest. So it's very much demand driven. In these hubs, they're run through engagement strategies, basically, and I just wanted to highlight the 2 that I thought were most relevant for this meeting. And the one is on the waste sector. It does have components on organic waste management, the prevention of organic waste, diverting it from landfills, but also looking at composting and waste to energy. We also run a stream on open burning because obviously that's extremely relevant on the air quality side. Now, on the agricultural sector, the engagement strategy looks at livestock, manure management, open burning, and paddy rice. And I wanted to say that they're really very open for further engagement. And if I take the example of the fossil fuels, this gave rise to the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership that gathers by now over 70 companies as well that work on that. So it's really a place for co-creation of policies as well, and to make sure that we better target the support measures going forward. And obviously, if we go back to the financing elements, it's, as I said, about matchmaking, about catalyzing funding, and where we can actually facilitate blended finance as well. This shows in a snapshot the trust fund. This year we do have 9 million. Next year we expect that number would be upped. The replenishment of the CCAC trust fund is underway. And as I said, it's a very much a bottom-up needs-based approach. Countries do express their needs for support. The hubs help to define the areas for submission of those funding requests. And then there's a process with our board to attribute that. Now, on the methane, the CCAC developed a methane flagship, which was launched at the Climate and Clean Air Ministerial at COP26. This serves as an immediate implementation support for the Global Methane Pledge. It's about engaging and mobilizing CCAC partners and other key actors, and it is about providing scientific assessments and tools. And really, it is about high-level political engagement, and here we work very closely with the colleagues in the GMI, looking at a database of methane pledges and policies, but also bringing together methane champions through high-level dialogues. And as Pamela mentioned already, there's this event that is coming up later this year, where we really want to use as a stepping stone as well to a strong message that comes at COP27. It's about the decision-making and action in key organizations, so mapping and engaging key target institutions and engage strategically on taking the actions forward. And awareness raising, I think I did mention already quite a bit. Really this voice that is taking forward the strong call for methane action, but also having a bit of a communication strategy with that. And on the second element, I wanted to mention we have put together a baseline assessment, the tools, right? We have put together a baseline assessment. We have country methane profiles. The baseline assessment will show baseline methane emission projections through to 2030. It's coming out shortly. Country methane profiles are meant to show the scale of potential reductions and high potential priority targets in each country. And they're being put together over the summer. We do provide a framework for national methane reduction roadmaps and action plans, and there's a global methane tracker to help track progress. And I come to the end of this with my last slide on this methane roadmap action program, where we see as a quick way to identify country needs. It is open for CCAC and Global Methane Pledge countries. It offers a series of workshops and expert consultations to help capacity and learn from each other, and therefore key building blocks that look at what data is already around that can be used to actually identify the scale of the issue, to help prioritize mitigation measures by sector. It's really key to show that countries are not starting from zero, and that we can build on a number of things that have been done or that are in place already. We look at implementation pathways by sector, and obviously then as well the monitoring. And that for us is a key part of the scaffolding that we are putting into place to make things happen. This will be complemented, as I said, through the Trust Fund, a more in-depth support that is being provided to countries that requested. I can't say which ones are in the pipeline right now, but next week we have a board meeting that will approve funding for roadmap processes in 12 countries. So that's the first starting point, and obviously we hope to grow that as we go along this year. Thank you so much.
Great. Well, thank you all very much. I think it's great to see so much progress already on developing clear action plans and toolkits that can be shared with other countries, because the only way we're going to meet these very near-term targets is by collaborating, learning from each other, and sharing. So we've now got a few minutes of questions, and we've got some great examples here of people who have been developing good plans. So first question here, can we have a mic, please?
Hi, good morning. This question is for Ms. Franklin. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Regarding the low carbon fuel standard, which would incentivize the use of alternative fuels like the upgraded form of biogas, renewable natural gas as it's known in the US, modeled after California's model. Do you see something like that on the federal level? I know several bills have been introduced, but they've all failed. But what is the EPA's position on that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I can't speak to whether there will be a federal low carbon fuel standard. Definitely a little bit outside of my purview, but I know that within the EPA's work, we do have a renewable fuel standard and a variety of different mechanisms under which various financial incentives can be provided for different pathways for renewable fuels. So for example, fuels that are derived from anaerobic digesters from manure management, fuel sources, for example. So there are pathways within the EPA already, but not quite to the extent of the California program at this point.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up? Do you have a timeline as to when that might get there?
I do not have a timeline. I can confer with my colleagues who run the Office of Transportation Air Quality program and see if they have any updates for you. I'd be happy to get back to you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other questions from those present in the room? No, and yet no online. So I think if I can just ask what each of you feel is the biggest challenge in terms of getting these methane action plans in place. We've got, I think you said 115 signatories to the Global Methane Pledge already. That means there's an awful lot of who haven't even signed up to the Methane Pledge. What do you collectively feel is the biggest challenge to getting a methane plan in each of these countries? I don't know, perhaps, Sowemia, can I start with you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Samira.
Yes. I think our biggest challenge is really policy driven and government commitments to it. There's an overemphasis on the traditional sources of energy, so electricity, fossil fuels and all of that. And we need, as a matter of urgency, for governments to realize the potential in this sector, how accessible it is, how it's everywhere around us, and how it's renewable and green and clean, and potentially significantly cheaper and more sustainable for all of us. So I think it's really driven by policymakers and governments adopting it and pushing it, and civil society also, such as yourselves, to drive the conversation and make sure that we highlight the benefits of it.
Samira, anybody else? Clifford, would you like to comment?
Have you elevated, I'm glad to see you've elevated California to a country status. We like to think of ourselves as that way. Well, cost is a big concern. The sources of methane are ubiquitous, and our program, for example, requires hundreds of digesters to be constructed, and among other things, controlling wastewater treatment, landfill, and agricultural emissions, and that requires money, that a significant amount of costs. So that is one considerable barrier, even when there's the policy will and political will.
Thank you. Martina, we'll just go around all of you.
Thank you so much. I think, political will is really kicking in. A testimony is how quickly this Global Methane Pledge has been put together and came together. And we have some countries that actually have started reflecting methane as well at the nationally determined contributions, and I think that will be a critical one as well, to formalize that a bit more. What is important is that we get the processes in countries going as quickly as possible. That's why I've put together this quick starter program, if I may say so, to help show, number one, we can build on a lot already, so that it doesn't look as daunting, and that we're able to focus on the areas that matter at the country level, running a process that allows as well bringing on board the different actors. I think that's absolutely important, and I think we have to distinguish very much between the different sectors as well, where the problems are, and Cliff said it. For the agricultural sector, we look at many different actors. For oil and gas, obviously, it's a much more concentrated area. So it's very different from one to the other. And I think we have to take the countries where they are. And if it's a sector by sector approach, then it's that. Or if it comes as more of a planned overall global methane, country methane roadmap. So I think that's the first thing, and the second is really the policies to be put into place to drive the action further, and the third is around the financing. I stop here.
Thanks, Martina. Pamela.
Yes, thanks. My panelists have offered really great insights, and I think I would emphasize all of those factors and priorities, and just add that in our experience with the U.S. And in our work through the Global Methane Initiative over the years, we've realized that it really does take leadership from the top, because in many countries, there's lots of different ministries or departments that have jurisdiction over one sector or another. And in some countries, maybe multiple ministries have jurisdiction over a particular sector. So it's really hard to take action in a concerted way if there's not buy-in at a top level. And so I think that's, in the US case, for example, having the White House issue a policy means a lot more than if just a single department issues a policy, because it's going to have a lot more buy-in from across the government and from the different ministries and departments that have jurisdiction over certain areas. So I think it's really important to set a tone from the top. And I think that's why with the Global Methane Pledge, it's really exciting that that has been signed onto at the leader level, and that can hopefully drive change from the top down. And again, every country is going to have a different set of policies and solutions to help address their methane emissions, but leadership is really critical.
Completely agree with that. I think one of the biggest challenges the AD industry has is that we're a circular economy technology and cover multiple government departments. So unless all those government departments are coordinated and talking to each other, the delivery plan is very hard to get in place. Roberta, you had a question.
If nobody from the audience has some? And the follow-up question is then, would you feel that the difficulty in creating a baseline for the methane emissions is something real, or would you feel that we know where we are starting from? Because of course, many of these are diffuse emissions that are difficult to quantify, and of course, trying to distribute financing and control the project where there is more how can I say, the results are best for the money invested would be critical. Do you feel that this is an issue, or there is sufficient knowledge of where the emissions are?
Does anybody want to take that one?
I can take a stab at it. I think that we would agree that it's always important to focus on as best you can to quantify and to understand the nature of the problem so that you can track progress and so that you can be very clear-headed about whether the actions that you are taking are having an impact. So we, as a science-based, data-driven agency, the EPA is absolutely in support of always striving for better quantification. On the other hand, I would also say we have sufficient information to act and to take actions. You know, on the key, we know what the key emission sources are. We know what the technologies and best practices are to address those emissions, and we have the tools to do so. So I think that it's important not to let some uncertainty block action that's really needed in the short term.
Thank you. We have another question. Is that a follow-up or a separate? Yeah, we have a follow-up question here. John?
Could I quickly come in on the data side?
Sure.
If I may.
Go ahead, Martina.
Thank you so much. Because obviously, I mean, with the global methane assessment, we've made a first effort to put forward quite a compelling set of numbers. And with the baseline assessment, we try to complement that with the projections. And as Pamela said, it's we know enough that we know we have to act and where we act in terms of the prioritization and so on. So it should not serve as an excuse, but there's always a need for more precise data for sure. And that's why the International Methane Emission Observatory has been put into place. And they will look at very much, different means, putting together, for example, satellite data and so on to actually help with the observation, the actual observation of methane emissions to help do away with some of the uncertainties around that. But not as a way to take away the need for action. Over.
Thank you.
Quick follow-up, Ms. Franklin. In terms of meeting the global methane pledge, the Biden administration announced that it had earmarked several billion, I believe, to cap leaky oil and gas wells that emit methane. But what about, and I think that accounts for 30+% of methane emissions. But what about the 50+ percent that come from, you know, agriculture and food waste and wastewater? Those things represent an immediate solution or a way to immediately slash methane. So has there been any conversation about what is being done? I mean, you spoke about directives coming directly from the administration being more impactful. Has that been discussed as a way to immediately address methane and, you know, therefore meeting the methane pledge?
Yes, thank you for the question. So yeah, you're correct that the oil and gas industry systems comprise about 32% of our methane emissions in the U.S. Enteric fermentation is about 27% of our emissions, and manure management is about 9%. So the oil and gas, we're addressing those emissions through a combination of regulations as well as really specific efforts to cap wells, et cetera. So there's a really comprehensive set of regulatory actions in place. In the agriculture sector, the approach is being led by the Department of Agriculture, and they have a pretty comprehensive climate smart agriculture or sustainable forestry plan. And so they are focusing on kind of all of the above approach. I am aware it's not a regulatory approach. So they are trying to do a combination of financial incentives. I mentioned a $1 billion program to try to incentivize climate smart agricultural commodities. They are focusing very much on investments in anaerobic digesters. So they are investing a lot of resources as we speak and kind of as outlined in the methane action plan, and then articulated further and further by some of their very specific strategies. So it's a big challenge, and they're working hard to address that.
Thank you. We've now unfortunately run out of time for any further questions. I think what we've heard now, which is great, is that we have seen action plans that are being developed and in place, and therefore we've seen the art of the possible. So these are things that each one of us can take back to our governments to encourage them to prepare for more ambitious climate action. And I'd like to emphasize the role that WBA is also playing in terms of bringing together national associations and supporting national associations in their work with governments to develop methane action plans. And we are also on the leadership groups of the CCAC's waste and agriculture groups. So we're here to help, but I will end there by thanking Her Excellency Commissioner Rechtschaffen, Pamela, Martina. Thank you all very much for your contributions and making this a practical and persuasive session. And thank you too for being with us. Thank you all.
Can you all hear me? Now, yes. Hello? Okay, so I'm not sure. There you go. And I don't have to pass the... Okay, so we are here to talk about, on this panel. We have two, well, there's two of us here present, but we have two more speakers joining us remotely, which I was hoping that we would see, but we don't see them. We don't see the other speaker? Not until they come in. Okay. So I'll introduce you. There you go. I'll introduce you by name, all of them now, but then I'll read a bit of their biography bit by bit before they speak. We have Professor Mark Sutton, we have Irini Malsoglu, we have Hamish Jolie, and we have Henry Duval here with us. First of all, I'll talk myself a little bit. I'll introduce myself. My name is Amaya Arias Garcia. I work for Norte Gas, which is one of the gas distributors in the north of Spain. I worked there since September last year, and prior to that, I spent 27 years in the UK building AD plants and operating and working with many of you in this audience. I also work very closely with WBA. I pride myself for representing them in Spain. I do what I can to help. And I work with some of you in the PITC working groups. The main one, the one I run, is education and outreach. So if you are a WBA member and want to join us in the education group, we do a lot of fun work at creating educational material to spread the word and tell everybody about AD in the world. This is the panel, which is quite handy to have all the names there, and you can see Joseph has been replaced because unfortunately he wasn't feeling well, but I'll introduce them later. When I talk in this event, I always think, what can I say that the audience is interested in? I find myself always speaking to people that has listened to me before. So we seem to have a problem in that people don't know about AD. And that's one of the main barriers when we set to develop an AD plan. Our barriers are either economics or policy. If you read the latest report from WBA, policy was one of the main ones. And I'm talking worldwide. I'm not talking in the UK, where we are lucky that our politicians engage with us and we have the opportunity to talk to them and present the facts. I'm talking about worldwide, where we need to influence our politicians. The fact is that there is 105 billion tons of organic waste globally each year. If I divide that between the average AD plant, are we going to really build 2 million AD plants? That's what we are set to do. So for me to talk to you about the figures that you can read in all the reports, to talk to you about the things that you can read on the net that we read constantly, is a waste of time. What we need to do is to figure out how we break the barriers, how we go out and talk to our politicians and we tell them the wonders of AD. So if you get anything out of today, think about how can you spread the word. Perhaps you can join us at WBA Education Working Group. Perhaps you can do it your own way. But to me, that's the most important part. I put this as a good feel story. If the Danish can do it, we can do it. That's my lemma. How can we do it? I talk to Danish people all the time at all levels to learn from them. At the end, it's all about educating our leaders so they understand the benefits and they actually do their best for AD to become a technology that provides solutions to common day, I wouldn't want to say problems, but we have resources that we can utilize. A good friend of mine pointed this out on LinkedIn these last 2 weeks, and as I didn't want to repeat myself, I picked, you've got the book source at the bottom, which I find it quite refreshing. If you look at the cartoons that I picked from this publication, the first one is that we have to learn to think on multiple levels, especially the leaders. If you are a leader in this room, think on multiple levels. We need to tell our politicians and our leaders that AD is not just energy, and that's me working for Nortegas. AD is biofertilizers, resource recovery, soil, community, understanding. That's what AD is, understanding of the nature of life. It's not about moving trash around. If you think in terms of systems, you realize that you can't ship trash to other side of the planet and claim you have nailed recycling. We need to talk locally. We need to work together, different departments. We need to regenerate the planet. The circular economy is not this chicken that gives you golden eggs. The circular economy is about regeneration. Organizations need to work together. It's not about competitive advantage to work in AD. It's not about having a bonus because I've developed 3 AD plans. It's not about keeping the information for yourself to give you advantage. It's about all of us working together. And yeah, it's a natural resource, what we have. All the organic material is a natural resource, and we are eating our natural resources. So if you keep anything out of my talk, collaborate, spread the word, and let's work together. And thank you. That's my email address if you want to. I'm now going to introduce the next speaker, which is Professor Mark Sutton, which I see there. Hi, Mark. You probably cannot see me. Mark is an environmental physicist based at the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology in Edinburgh, beautiful city. He's an expert on atmospheric ammonia, and he leads international research activities on nitrogen and the science policy interface. I'm sure he can tell you a little bit more about himself because he's doing a lot of interesting work. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amaya, and good afternoon to everybody. Well, of course, most of the time you're talking about biogas as gas, methane, and contamination with carbon dioxide and managing that. But I'm really here to tell you about the nitrogen part of the biogas story. And my message is that nitrogen has to be an essential part of everything thinking about biogas because it's a really critical component of it. Think about anaerobic digestion when you're taking organic matter and you're getting off the methane, getting off carbon dioxide, but of course you're also getting nitrogen gases. Perhaps the most important nitrogen gas in this system is ammonia. But of course, decomposing organic matter has risks for nitrous oxide as another greenhouse gas as well. Now, when talking about nitrogen, we've summarized it down to say 5 big issues for caring about nitrogen. And we summarized it as an acronym: wages, water, air, greenhouse, ecosystems, soil. So water pollution, if the nitrogen is not in the right place, it's going down into water courses. Air pollution, the ammonia is a air pollutant contributing to shortening human lives through particulate matter in the atmosphere, contributing to ecosystem damage. Greenhouse gas, of course, you've got the N2O part of that leaking. Threats to ecosystems can also include toxic effects of ammonia and nitrogen dioxide. And of course, then you finally got the soils and managing soils sustainably. So there's multiple reasons for thinking about nitrogen. And in anaerobic digestion, it's clear that we need to think about the nitrogen too. So when it comes to anaerobic digestion, I am not a specific expert in anaerobic digestion. My area is nitrogen. but I hear often people being critical of things. And I think nitrogen gives us an opportunity to reduce those criticisms and harvest the benefits. So let's just take an obvious one, people complaining about putting inappropriate feedstocks in, growing a crop with a huge amount of nitrogen fertilizers, creating nitrous oxide emissions on the way, and then finally producing methane from decomposing it at the end. Of course, that is a bit counterintuitive. The answer to it, of course, is using sensible feedstocks. And if growing bioenergy crops which have a very low nitrogen requirement. But let's come to the other side of it, which is another downside is with the liquor afterwards. It's high pH, very volatile for ammonia. So people talking about anaerobic digestion increasing ammonia emissions. Well, again, there's a problem. There's a very easy answer, which is called the full system to harvest also those ammonia emissions. So every kilogram of nitrogen lost to the atmosphere is the loss of a resource, which traditionally is something like €1 or £1 per kilogram of nitrogen. And currently with the fertilizer crisis, we're talking something like €3 per kilogram of nitrogen. So this really is valuable stuff to recover. And of course, when recovering it, it means we're doing something positive for air pollution and at the same time. So this is really an opportunity for the circular economy. Of course, there's a whole range of methods out there. Perhaps the starting one is ammonia stripping, essentially warming up to really deliberately get the ammonia off, capture the ammonia, put it together with an acid like sulfuric acid, make ammonium sulfate fertilizer. Of course, you may not want to go so far as that. You might say, well, I want to use my product locally. But again, the answer there, acidification can stop those ammonia emissions and make sure the nitrogen lands in the soil rather than in the atmosphere. Another method is using struvite, where you precipitate out the ammonia and then recover the struvite, or even desorb the ammonia from the struvite afterwards to make ammonium sulfate again. There's a whole range of techniques, and that's really for you guys to mobilize on the different techniques and making them economical. But let's look at it in the sense of markets, because we've got these hugely fluctuating fertilizer prices. We see the problem with the Ukraine at the moment. Imagine a world where fertilizer manufacturers are saying this is a good thing for them, is a good thing for their branding, it's a good thing for price stability. Imagine them committing to say that 20% of our fertilizer is going to contain recycled nitrogen sources. In that world, then the world of anaerobic digestion becomes critical to delivery of that. And that really does mean billions of anaerobic digestion plants, but plants which are recovering that nitrogen, not just letting it leak out into the atmosphere. I want to make a brief comparison with composting, because I know there are many advocates out there for composting, but from a nitrogen perspective, the problem is that that can really risk wasting the nitrogen as ammonia emissions, but also encouraging denitrification to N2. Some people will say denitrification is a good thing because it removes pollution. I will say it's a dumb thing because it's deliberately wasting resources. Much better to keep it as ammonia, use it, turn it back to fertilizer. Now let's just put this waste story and wasting nitrogen into global context. So we're working with the United Nations Environment Programme. We're looking at these water, air, greenhouse, ecosystem, soils, all the different nitrogen forms together. We've been framing a narrative towards halving total nitrogen waste on the planet, which per year would save you about 100 million tons of nitrogen, and on traditional prices about $100 billion of nitrogen per year, resource saving. At current prices, that would be $300 billion. So halve nitrogen waste has been an ambition. That's been included into, firstly, the Colombo Declaration, an agreement by 14 countries to have the ambition to halve nitrogen waste by 2030. It's also been recognized in a new resolution at the United Nations Environment Assembly this February. Actually, we didn't get the halve nitrogen waste. Of course, you can imagine that some countries didn't want to have that ambition. What was agreed was to significantly accelerate action to significantly reduce nitrogen waste by 2030. And of course, in the same time, by failing to agree that meant that the NGOs were busily complaining that it was a failure of the meeting to deliver. Awareness was increased. So I think this is about gaming as well, about raising awareness. Of course, at the same time, we really need to improve our guidance, and we've recently developed a guidance document on sustainable nitrogen management with the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. So that's giving out the details on how to take these methods. So there we are. This is an issue about developing a new language and new thinking. Biogas is not just about carbon and methane, it's about nitrogen too. And I hope we can see that as part of a package that's going to make it more economical for your industry and good for the environment at the same time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to remind everybody that you can ask questions at the end, and also on the platform, those that have joined us remotely via the platform. So I'm keeping an eye on the questions and I can read them out loud later. Our next speaker is Irini Matsoglou. Is she joining us? I could start introducing her. She's Natural Resource Officer, Deputy Energy Team Leader for the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. Irini leads the work on renewable energy assessments in the context of agri-food systems, focusing especially on energy needs, renewable energy for agri-food chains, and bioenergy assessments through the bioenergy and food security approach. Quite a job.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, good. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the floor and the opportunity to participate in the panel today. I will going through a bit of a different perspective. So we're the Food and Agriculture Organization, and we work on bioenergy, generally very much from a developing country perspective, and also from the perspective of wanting to integrate bioenergy with the agriculture setting and the energy setting in the country. So to start off with, as we know, bioenergy is very closely linked to the agriculture sector and therefore to food security. So what we try and do, I'm moving ahead with my with the elements on my slide, but I don't see that on the screen in the room. Do you see that coming up?
No. Ahora. Now.
Okay, now it's coming. Yeah. Okay, so considering the setting of the country, what we try and understand is which options can be viable. So we look at that from a number of perspectives. And so as Amaya was saying, what is extremely important is bringing all the different disciplines at policy level. It will be very important to work across the different ministries. So Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, of Livestock, these are some of the key stakeholders. The way we look at it is, is through the bioenergy and food security approach of FAO, and that can also be found on our website. Okay, so I'll start from bioenergy generally, but obviously this then homes in on biogas. So in terms of the options and the opportunities that we look at the broad range of bioenergy, so going from all feedstock in terms of crop, of livestock and of forestry, and then going into a number of bioenergy technologies. So what we start with is looking at the context and the feedstock options. I'm sorry, but again, on the screen in the room, it's different from my screen. Okay. The animation isn't working. Yeah, okay. So we first start with the context, so looking at the feedstock options. Then secondly, it's the assessment, and then bioenergy technologies. So looking at opportunities for off-grid electricity production, for cooking biofuels, and in the transport sector. In discussion with the countries, it will be then the countries to define what their specific needs are and what their specific interest is. What we use to actually assess this is the BEFS assessment. So we start with the feedstock, and at feedstock level, we look at feedstock availability. So really understanding the amounts of feedstock that are available and can be used in the country, and a whole series of feedstock characteristics, including, for example, heating values, collection costs, and so on. And then we look at the analysis of this, covering techno-economic elements of analysis, so looking and homing into the profitability and how the bioenergy option could fare against either other energy uses in the country. Now, what I wanted to show here is what the final output of the analysis will look like. And as you can see, it is generally either in tabular format or in a map format. And so what the map will tell us is where the feasible options for bioenergy production can be in the country, having inbuilt all of these elements. So just to give you a bit of a sense of some recent work, for example, in India, we've been looking at rice straw burning. Huge amounts of rice straw actually burnt in the field. So this is an element of lost resource that is currently generating greenhouse gas emissions. And we looked at whether this could be used for bioenergy production, a number of bioenergy types, including compressed biogas. And again, working with the various ministries and entities involved in the country in this field. So what you can see here is photos of what the CBG application would look like, and a map of the area that we worked on, which is the state of Punjab, showing you the amounts of biogas that could be produced and the locations, having inbuilt all the elements that I went through before. Secondly, the case of Zambia, a very different agriculture and energy context, huge reliance on agriculture and important issues of access to energy in the country. In that case, we looked at biogas in the context of possible cooking fuels. What you can see on the bottom of the graph there with the light blue area is a region where that has medium potential and where biogas could play a significant role. So the map, having again inbuilt all these constraints in, shows us where biogas could play a role and also where one could start from in terms of building biogas plants. Now, a final case is the case of Seychelles. So again, a very different setting, a very small country, very pristine and delicate environment. The case of Seychelles is interesting because they have a huge issue of waste disposal. So they have a waste disposal problem. Obviously, the area that they have to dispose waste is very constrained. So the interest was looking at what opportunities might exist to actually use that waste to produce biogas. And the results show that although the role would be small, actually these residues could be used for biogas production in the country. Now, the other side of the coin that I did want to flag is instead a case where objectives for biogas development were set up, but some constraints were not considered. So this is the case of Rwanda. In 2008, the country decided to launch the biogas program in the country. The year of start was 2008 with a target of 15,000 biogas plants to be built by 2011. We then saw that this was reduced to 5,000 in 2009, further to 3,000 in 2010, and down to 1,800 being built in 2012 from the initial target of 15,000. So which were some elements that were not or either were not correctly factored into the program? First of all, manure and water. The calculations in terms of manure considered much higher rates than the actual livestock allow in the country, and access to water was assumed as granted, while a lot of households in Rwanda have to walk significant distances to actually collect the water. So collecting a suitable amount to pair with the manure is definitely an issue. And then issues around correct maintenance, teaching, maintenance, and having systems in place to allow to repair the systems, resulting then in very low biogas rates that would not then be enough to cover the cooking needs of families. So our advice, having reviewed the program, would be that really the system needs to marry the country context, the country needs, and the country settings. So in conclusion, now, I wanted to show with the various countries that bioenergy in general and also biogas is very country and case specific. So we need to look at the country needs, and we also need to look, especially in terms of feedstock and in terms of all the economic variables, what is feasible at the country level. In terms of feedstock options, we need to understand the agriculture setting, what can fit into that. We definitely always advocate for using the residues that exist and stimulating farmers' income through that. The logistic dimension is very rarely considered, and this ranges from feedstock accessibility, water access, biomass supply chain, essential to get the system going, very often overlooked. The cost isn't factored in, and therefore the system cannot take off. And finally, in terms of bioenergy technologies, this is needed to enable the potential. So we really need to start homing in on that. And I would say that to conclude that it's important that bioenergy gets considered within a broader energy mix. It has a role to play, but we need to enable the system so that it can play its role. And again, for the various reports and work I presented, please feel free to go to fao.org/energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to have to be bad. We have half an hour and 2 more speakers, so I'll ask the speakers to stick to their time. I know it's unfair. Our next speaker is Hamish Joly, Executive Chair of the DeLorean Corporation. Hamish holds a Bachelor of Business Law and Accounting. Henry first? Okay, no problem. Are you ready, Henry? Good. Okay, so I'll introduce Hamish later. He hasn't joined us yet? Okay. Then our next speaker is Henry. I wanted to keep Henry for the end because he builds 80 plants, and I think it's a good fill factor. But Henry farms over 1,000 acres of arable land in Hampshire at Aspley Farms. In 2011, he built a flagship 80 facility, which delivers 4% of the green gas in the UK, upgraded to biomethane through a DMT membrane. The facility produces over 13 megawatt of gas an hour, of course 365 days a year, which is enough to supply for 9,000 homes. It is a crop fuel utilizing the break crops that are necessary, part of the rotation system required in wheat growing. That's quite an important point, isn't it? Maize, rye, oats, and triticale and grass. And I'm sure he'll tell you a lot more about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go and prop myself over here. Some of which I'm going to say repeats what has just been said, but there we go. So just to quickly summarize our journey in AD without boring those I saw at the Farmers' Breakfast. We secured planning in 2010, broke ground in November 2011 with first 500 kilowatt of electricity generation in October 2012. In 2013, the RHI for biomethane was announced and we realized we had a medium pressure pipeline just 1 kilometer away from the plant. With a huge amount of support from Scotia Gas Network, and Alan Midwinter might be here with us, but he is certainly around on in the conference today. And our bankers, we managed to get our first buff of gas into the grid by November 2014, although it was not really until the end of 2015 that we started to regularly hit full capacity, some 12 times our initial plant capacity. In December 2016, we completed our CO2 capture and liquefaction plant, and since then we have gradually improved our efficiency by over 10% and focused on the effective use, marketing of all our byproducts. We currently work with 40 local farmers who supply break crops from their rotation, as there is low demand for ensiled animal feed in central southern England. We are a crop-only plant, firstly due to the lack of manures and wastes arising from around us, but also by our decision to produce food-grade CO2 and Soil Association certified digestate for organic farms. We agree with using food waste where available in AD, but believe it should be fully pasteurized at source near cities, such as being processed alongside an incinerator plant with spare heat, with all the plastics removed and homogenized for transport as a product with an end-of-waste certificate. So what does this mean to farming? In 2018, we took back the management of all the feedstock supply from around 40 local farmers. By working with our farming supply chain, we have been able to improve crop rotation, offering alternative break crops to the usual rapeseed, traditionally grown in this part of the world. We now harvest different fields within each holding each year and ensile the crops in ag bags on each farm. This allows us to harvest with around 3 tractors per forager and then collect the crop just in time later in the year. We do efficiently with a material handler and a bulk HGV trailers. Based on our trailer weights and farm weighbridge, we have reduced clamp losses to less than 2.3%. Not only are the farmers happy to grow these low input break crops, but those closest to us use our digestate in place of traditional manures, which are hard to find. We have recently undertaken a sustainability audit on our own farm, and as well as achieving 97% fossil fuel saving on our biomethane, we have achieved around 105 kilograms per CO2 per hectare on our own farm, around a quarter of the national average. In terms of methane emissions, our CO2 plant recovery covers any methane slippage which is fed back into the biogas plant. We have also bought a FLIR camera and survey our plant regularly, undertaking any maintenance promptly. We have covered all our lagoons and are currently building additional storage so that all our liquid digestate can all be applied at the optimum time of the year. Working as we do on grade 3 Andover series land with very thin layer of topsoil, we've always struggled to add enough organic material to our soils. As the years have passed, we have seen a decline in chicken, pig, and cattle farming in the area, with the farms that still do mixed farming seeking to use their manures themselves, especially with the price of fossil fuel derived fertilizer where it is now. We have worked closely with our agronomists to maximize the availability and neutralize the salts in our digestate liquid through the use of humic and fulvic acids. This has been extremely beneficial, although an added cost, it is a natural chelator, plant and soil biostimulant, increasing the nitrogen efficiency, but also helpful as an oxidant promoter and biological stimulant. We apply the liquid both at cultivation and after emergence using our dribble bar applicator to minimize volatilization. We've also moved to a precision planter, which allows for liquid micronutrients application at planting and also eliminates overlap and reduces the use of inorganic phosphates. We also use solid digestate to enhance our soil structure, which is always a challenge on the downs. The fibrous matter helps aeration and also provides good organic medium for microbial growth and fits very well within the cover cropping regime that we use. Digestate is not just a standalone material, rather it has become an integral part of the farm's approach for nutrient application. Developing carbon management and biological regeneration, we have also found that slugs, snails, and pigeons find it a deterrent. Lastly, we are working to optimize phosphate availability and take-up by the plants, reducing the chance of any soluble phosphate runoff. Humic materials added to the liquid AD have a very big CEC, cation exchange capacity. This has the capability of holding on to nutrients in a form that is available to the plant, rather than the unavailable form that the excess soil calcium forms when phosphorus is applied to the field. The last part of the journey has been to work with horticulturalists to develop our solid and liquid digestates into retail products for use in large market gardens and for domestic use. As we say, made from plants, for plants. We are learning all the time about how best to use the digestate, both on our farm and local gardeners. So how does this all fit with sustainability? Minimizing methane emissions, food security, and the health of our soils. Well, whilst we are primarily involved in energy crops, in a rotation, we are very focused on providing an outlet for break crops to improve food crop yields, providing a manure substitute for our neighbors, organic farmers, and our own farm, as well as improving the ability for all the land we touch to produce food more sustainably. We have measured good improvements in our own soils over the last 10 years. We have dramatically reduced the use of fossil fuel-derived fertilizers locally, as well as improving the availability of the nutrients in our digestate. In our view, AD is a very useful enabler for an ever-increasing arable-only farming cycle. Now, I want to ask you a question. People talk about being filthy rich. Can anybody tell me where that expression actually comes from? Because most people will think that actually it's because money's dirty, it's gone through many hands. If you've got more money than me, therefore you must have made it somehow in a dirty, horrible way, because we're all frightfully intelligent, and he's not as intelligent as me, and yet he's got more money than me, therefore it must be filthy. Any ideas? Well, let me take you back to a time when there was no inorganic fertilizer. Let me take you to a time when we were bartering because money didn't actually exist. And therefore, food was money, big money, because without food you didn't live. But how did you get more food than the next man? By having manure, lots of manure. And the more manure you had, the more food you could grow. But in those days, it was a dirty business, filthy business. Moving that manure around to actually grow food was difficult and trying. And therefore the expression filthy rich, because you had to be filthy to be rich. And today I have to say I've got 12,000 tons of manure sitting in my yard, but we won't go there.
That was interesting. Okay, so our last speaker has joined us already. I'm being given the thumbs up. And it's Hamish Jolly, as I introduced earlier. We cannot see him yet, but I'll start introducing him. Hamish holds a Bachelor in Business Law and Accounting degree. He is a former Director of Strategy and Ventures at Bank West and former CEO of Greening Australia, one of Australia's largest environmental NGOs. He's a co-founder of DeLorean, corporation and has played an integral role in advancing the bioenergy sector in Australia. Hamish would be speaking today on behalf of Joe Oliver, who is the Managing Director and also co-founder of DeLorean. Joe is listed on the program as I mentioned earlier, but has unfortunately had to come down with some very familiar illness that we all have lurking around. So thank you very much for stepping in, and we are all ears. Thank you.
Thanks very much, everyone, and really appreciate the opportunity to present. I think, given the time, I'll just contextualise this in what's been discussed before. But I guess the key issue, the key explanation for us is DeLorean Corporation, for context, is a fully integrated. We've been around about 8 years in Australia. We've been pioneering bioenergy and particularly anaerobic digestion in Australia, and working against those barriers to entry for anaerobic digestion, which have been referred to earlier. Having built a plant about 8 years ago, the second only commercial industrial scale plant in Australia, we've been able to put together an engineering division, an infrastructure division, building out a pipeline of projects, and even an energy retail company. So we've got momentum now with anaerobic digestion in Australia, but it's been a long journey. And we've got a pipeline of projects. We listed on the Australian Stock Exchange last year. So we've been able to sort of galvanise, I think, after a lot of hard work, the very embryonic start of anaerobic digestion in this country. In a very broad context, it's clear that anaerobic digestion provides the solutions for organic waste. A third of the world's food is wasted. That's consistent with what's happening in Australia. We also have land and water wasted in production. And anaerobic digestion provides the solution by diversion of landfill here, and also the solution to some degree for biofertilising crops. What I would say in the Australian context is the economic model of energy crops here doesn't work. The subsidies in the downstream for anaerobic digestion don't exist. And so the industry relies on commercial industrial food waste streams for projects to get up, and on agricultural residue type models. The commercial food or the waste sector here in Australia is very much a spot market. It's hard to get bankable take or pay contracts in the Australian marketplace, so it's a difficult marketplace to penetrate. That said, there is a national policy in Australia to halve the amount of organic waste sent to landfill by 2030, which is interesting, Mark Sutton's comment about nitrogen earlier on. So that translates to about 12.5 million tonnes of organic waste, excluding the ag sector, around the country, and about 28 million tonnes if you include agriculture and fisheries. So there's no shortage of commercial, industrial or organic waste flowing through the system here. It predominantly goes to landfill though, or it goes through a compost market. So there is an opportunity here if we can get infrastructure into process and solve the logistics problems that have been mentioned earlier. Similarly to what we saw in the references to Africa and other nations, a lot of the ag waste does end up in landfill in Australia, but we also have open agricultural burning. And whilst energy crops in their own right aren't necessarily economic as a feedstock, certainly residual agricultural wastes are a viable feedstock provided we can get them off and into a digester economically. So certainly providing that solution for the ag sector and not displacing food is a clear solution here in the Australian marketplace. Landfill disposals, we've got a lot of land here, so there's still a lot of land in Australia, a landfill happening in Australia, even though there's initiatives in each state and federally to divert. Soil injection, it does occur, but doesn't produce the renewable energy outcome. Composting similarly does the fertiliser job, but anaerobic digestion delivers with the extraction of energy, delivers the renewable energy and the fertiliser. So, we're still educating a marketplace to a degree here. But I think people are starting to get that message. Similarly, there's some good soils here in Australia, but there's also, for example, in West Australia, where I'm speaking to you from, very sandy soils and a big requirement for fertiliser and broadacre agricultural farming. This graph, sets out the vicissitudes in the fertiliser price, exacerbated by what's going on in Russia and in Ukraine. and the opportunity to displace 1 tonne of mineral fertiliser with digestate, which has got attendant savings in it. So a couple of quick case studies. This is the first plant we built about 8 years ago, 50,000 tonnes per annum, co-located with a composter in this case, diverting commercial and industrial organics and providing power behind the meter for the composter and exporting to grid. And interestingly, I guess, the second project that we can point to more recently, which we're just commissioning, is co-located with a milling operation in South Australia. We think it's the first of its kind in the world, processing the ground out milled feed, which is the husk and dust that's coming from the mill operation, putting it through anaerobic digestion, repatriating electricity and heat to allow that mill operation to grow. It's on fringe of grid, and diverting the balance through to a composting operation. I guess importantly, the story even up to a couple of years ago here was all about electricity and heat. Electricity particularly behind the meter, because that was where it was most economic. But with the rise in gas prices globally, and more recently the risk of pipelines having stranded operations and gas being diverted from new developments in Australia, there's the big story now is biomethane and its opportunity to displace coal and support the transition of gas in the Australian marketplace. So look, there's probably a bit more, but I think that they're probably the key points, and given time, we'll leave room for Q&A later on. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. That was very useful, and I think all the presentations link together quite nicely to actually provide that vision that we spoke about of AD not only being energy, also having to do with nitrogen. It's not only a technology that applies to Europe, it's a technology that can help worldwide, and is happening in agricultural, in food waste, etc. I don't know if the audience has any questions. I haven't seen any questions on the platform. Do you have any questions, anybody? Otherwise, I might ask a couple myself. No questions? Yes? Can you grab the microphone, please? And could you say your name and also who do you think you are asking the question to?
Yes,
or the whole panel?
It's no, Tom Chilton, and I'm asking the question to the final speaker. There was a slide where he said using digestate instead of a chemical-based fertilizer could displace 1 tonne would displace a tonne of oil, I think 105 litres of water, and I think 6 tonnes of CO2 would be saved from being released from the atmosphere. Wondered where the figures came from. It's a really interesting statistic, and as working for a company who's trying to sell our solid and liquid digestate to, well, neighbouring farms would be useful, but to any farmers who would take it, that would be a really useful figure to help in our sales, definitely, and to try and encourage people to take up what is a really useful byproduct, because there is resistance at the moment.
Hamish?
Yeah, thank you. That was in my presentation. In fact, I'll need to take it on notice, because I was presenting for Joe, and Joe's compiled the presentation. So look, I'm very happy to provide that detail, but it's one I'll have to take on notice, unfortunately.
Thank you. We have another question here.
It's working, yeah. Jorge Hiller from Argentina. Question for Henry: have you been monitoring the soil contents, and your soils are increasing through the deployment of digestate and cover crops that you're using?
Is Henry working?
Hi.
Henry's microphone.
Right, in answer to your question, the answer is yes. I mean, our indices were relatively poor, and now they have risen. What we have to make sure is that we stay within the statutory guidelines. And that's why we have, for instance, for maize planting, we're now using micronutrients and not using phosphates so that we're not superloading phosphate upon phosphate in our fields. But yes, we analyze our fields annually so as to remain compliant with the law.
Any other questions? We have a question there at the back. They're making you walk, John.
Yes, thank you. It's Andrew here from SLR Consulting. Follows on quite nicely from the question, perhaps to Mark and Henry. Do you foresee risks in digestate spreading on fields considering nutrient saturation and things like the nitrate vulnerable zones? Do you see those expanding, or is there a nice circular cycle to that? And I think, Henry, interestingly, you mentioned perhaps using additives to fix phosphate into the digestate. That's of interest. So do you see risk in the future for those?
Who goes first? Do you want to go first?
Mark, do you want to go?
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, okay. I'm happy to go first. I think the first thing is really not to see digestate as a waste product or a byproduct, but see it as really a co-product with value that you don't want to put in excess on the soil. That also means knowing exactly what's in your digestate. I've made the point that I'm quite in favor of reprocessing those back into the fertilizer chain. But of course, that's not always going to be possible. If it's not possible, that means making sure that the digestate you apply is either directly incorporated to avoid those ammonia emissions or acidified, and that you know exactly what nutrients is in that pack. And therefore, it should be part of the nutrient management plan of a farm. Just to make the point about the nitrates directive you've raised on that, I don't see them expanding in the UK. Obviously, in Europe, they're already there. Of course, the limitation there is on limitation of organic substances to soil. If you reprocess it back into the fertilizer chain, it's no longer part of the limitation of the nitrate directive. And of course, that would be another incentive for doing so.
Okay. And Henry, I think we've got still a couple of minutes. So if you want to...
I'll just carry on with that and essentially say that we are in an NVZ. So the law is very clear as to what we can and can't do. In fact, all the farms we supply are in an NVZ, and we operate within the legal guidelines on everything. And we test our fields, as I said earlier, every year. We know precisely what we're putting on, and we're getting clear benefit from this fantastic product.
Fantastic. And we've got another question there.
Hi, to Henry. What about the CO2? What do you do with the CO2 that you get from your operation? How are you handling that product today?
Well, that's a really, really interesting question. So when we put the CO2 plant in, we borrowed the money from a bank, from HSBC. So they wanted to know how we were going to sell it. So we therefore had to tie ourselves down to a contract with an off-taker who was going to be reliable. And in that case, we did a contract with Air Liquide. And that worked really well. They took it, and the market was stable. We were being paid a reasonable price at the time, and the price of electricity and so on was low. Now, we come to the last few months, or let us say back to last autumn, and the problems with CF fertilizer. And suddenly, the value of CO2 went through the roof. Air Liquide did not want to share that value, so they were taking it from us at £50 a tonne and selling it on for £400, £500, £600, £700 a tonne. And they were saying that they had to do it like that because they were blending it with the high price that they were having to pay for the CO2 that they were being forced to take from CF fertilizer. Now, who were being incentivized by the British government. Now, in Europe, the whole of this would have been totally and utterly illegal, what was going on there. The government subsidizing one company at the expense of any other CO2 producer. I mean, unimaginable, unbelievable. I took the Secretary of State to task on it, and he threw a hissy fit. He knew exactly where I was coming from, and he and the government were utterly incorrect in the way they went about dealing with this. Anyway, the net result is I've broken the contract legally with Air Liquide. I have put on order some tankers of my own. I bought a second-hand one out of Germany, which will be up and running by the end of June. I've got my own contracts now, and I'm already delivering using contractors. And we're seeing an altogether better price, and I'm turning a business that was turning £375,000 a year into one that will make £2,500 a year, £2.5 million a year turnover. And I will never be held by people like that.
Well, what a way to finish. Fantastic. Thank you very much. That was quite a lesson learned for everybody, I suppose.
Well, the British government actually, and I'm sure you all know this, I happen to be a Conservative, but it doesn't really matter which party I support. I find this particular government unacceptable. It needs to go. They are absolutely incompetent at every level.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. You've got our contact details. If you want any questions or anything, please get in touch. Thank you.
Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here and listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here and listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's in early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's in early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old, there's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
In terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
In terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's in early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's in early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's in early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's in early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old, there's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's in early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's in early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old, there's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here, listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here and listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's in early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old. There's a gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to experience, when it comes to operating these plants well. And I wanted to try and leverage some of that experience here, meet some new people, connect them with my technical team back at home so that we could move some of these projects forward and move them forward well.
It's great to have so many experienced people from the industry here who can actually speak from the experience of their own projects or funding of projects rather than dealing with people who are new to the sector.
Well, in terms of new customers, a lot of the UK folks are here. So they're looking for suppliers of their biogas projects. A lot of people come just because of the diversity of exhibitors here.
Today we've been speaking to a customer. They've asked for a service in the next few weeks, so we'll ring them on Friday, organise that. We've spoken to a couple of suppliers today that can offer us a better rate, so we'll follow that up on Friday.
I would absolutely recommend people to go to this trade show. I mean, whether you are in the biogas business or if you're somebody who don't know about it but think that could be relevant for you, this is really the place to learn about it. So I hope that many more people will be here in the future.
Well, I think it's the only place to be if you're in the AD industry. There really isn't another show that's so heavily supported by the industry associations, by government and by industry. So it's the only one I come to.
I'm delighted to get almost 2 awards, 1 winner and 1 commended. The event tonight was wonderful. Lovely dinner and a very good evening.
This show is absolutely the best place to come to if you have any interest or involved in any way in the sector. There's no better place to find the best information, to meet the broadest range of people and identify the best business opportunities. It's a one-stop shop. Today we're at the UK AD and World Biogas Expo 2019. The purpose of it is to demonstrate the enormous potential that this industry has to reduce global emissions, which is now critical that we do.
I've been going around the talks and the seminars here and listening to some of the debates, and of course the macroscopic argument is climate change. I think there's a general awareness amongst the people here that climate change is serious, is now, and we need to tackle it, and that we are an industry that does tackle it, that offers a solution to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're very successful at doing that, but that we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast.
The industry where I come from is still growing, it's still nascent, it's in early days, only being 5, 6, 7 years old.
So, welcome back, everybody. I'm delighted to see so many of you here, and I am joined now by the Executive Director of the European Biogas Association, Harman Decker, and Chris Huhn, who's ADBA's new chairman. And I'm now delighted, in the first instance, to welcome the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Frans Timmermans, who otherwise needs no introduction. Over to you. Frans Timmermans. Oh, can you hear us, Frans?
I can hear you.
Brilliant. So I'm Charlotte Morton from the World Biogas Association. Welcome to our summit today. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to hand over to you to give your presentation to our audience.
Thank you very much, and I'm really glad to be with you, although it's only on screen today, because I believe we have a huge challenge. The world changed fundamentally on the 24th of February, and I don't think we've ever faced such a cluster of challenges very often before. Putin, with his unprovoked war against Ukraine, has given us an extra challenge, as though we needed an extra challenge. But the consequence of that is that our energy markets are out of balance. The prices of oil, coal, and gas have exploded. And there's a lot of worry around the world about global food supplies. Our Ukrainian friends are fighting for their freedom, fighting to defend our values, the values we share with them. And I think it is imperative that we as Europeans support the Ukrainians however we can, because they're not just fighting for their own freedom, they're also fighting to uphold our values. And Putin is trying to prove that autocracy trumps democracy, and we have to make sure that we prove him wrong. But anyway, in these uncertain times, one of the things for sure, we need to speed up our transition to clean energy. The need for that has never been stronger than today. And whatever people are saying, some people not believing in all of this, I think if you look across the European Union, you talk to people, you see what's happening, Europeans do understand that the benefits of clean energy are greater today than ever before, and they want to be part of that. We've never seen such a high demand for heat pumps, for insulating homes, for installing rooftop solar panels, for electric cars, and for saving energy. I think that what we're experiencing today will determine the choices we will have to make tomorrow and then in the near future. You know, I remember I was still a teenager, but in the oil crisis of the 1970s, we learned to live with that, and we learned to adapt and change our behavior. We learned the value of saving energy, and I think that generations living today will have experienced firsthand that the best energy is the energy that is not controlled by somebody else and that cannot be used against you. So that means in the European context, since we don't have our own oil and very little gas and very little coal left, that the best energy to increase our resilience and our sovereignty is renewable energy. So faced with the crisis we see today, we essentially have two options. We can either subsidize fossil gas consumption and try to recreate the world we left behind, where gas prices were at a historic low. People are often saying we were so naive about Russia. I think we were not that naive. We were rather greedy. We just wanted to have the cheap gas because it kept us going so well. So we could choose to go back to that world, and I think that would not be a smart choice. I think it's much smarter to spend the money that we have on making our economy more resilient and a lot less dependent on volatile fossil fuels. You know, if the climate crisis didn't convince you, at least the geopolitical situation should convince you. Now, with the European Union, I think we've made a clear choice. We want to phase out as quickly as we can our dependence on Russian fossil fuels, and we want to double down on clean energy transition, and also we want to make a stronger effort on energy savings. We call this strategy Repower EU because the investments we're going to support will make our union stronger and repower the European economy. Yes, we will have to sign new gas deals with suppliers who don't use gas as a weapon, and we'll have to build new gas infrastructure, albeit in a limited way, to replace the imports of Russian gas. But I hope we can do this in a smart way, and we have the plans to do this in an intelligent way, in a future-oriented way. We will do it as a union, and we will prepare for the switch to
He was just about to say, we're going to prepare the world for a switch to biomethane.
Is he coming back? Okay.
Okay, so he hasn't yet really covered biomethane. So while we wait for him to come back, can I ask you, Harman, just to give a brief set the scene for what the European Commission has committed to as far as biomethane is concerned? Oh, he's back.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Saves me.
I don't know what's happening. There's something wrong with the connection every time. Things seem to be all right on my end, but
you're now back, Franz, and you were just about to talk about the transition to biomethane, weren't you?
Well, I didn't see when I was cut off. I was just speaking to you. But I'll quickly go to my points on biomethane then. Am I still there?
You are, yep.
So we want to achieve a target at 35 BCM of biomethane to replace a quarter of Russian gas imports every year by 2030. So to achieve that target, which is going to be a significant step up from the 3 BCM we have today, we need to do many things. So we need an action plan. I would like to mention here 5 actions we're planning to take. First, we will establish a biogas and biomethane industrial partnership to help you prepare a project pipeline which is ambitious enough to achieve the targets we set for 2030 and 2050. Very soon we will propose the structure of this partnership, and I would like to encourage you all to take part in setting it up. Second, we will work with member states to prepare and implement national strategies on biogas and biomethane production so that we can better evaluate the potential across the member states to identify and to plan the most appropriate actions and to streamline best practices to speed up production. Third, we will promote cooperation with neighboring and accession countries to integrate them better in our gas market. Let me stress on this occasion that I see a huge potential for biomethane development in Ukraine as part of the reconstruction effort, and that the EU will support these developments in the months to come. Fourth, we will work with the national authorities and gas network companies to reduce the cost and to speed up permitting of projects. That is something that we get so many requests from across the European Union to help them speed up the permitting. And last but not least, we will promote new infrastructure and help address gaps in research, development, innovation, and demonstration. Now, all these actions are important, but truth be told, it will still bring limited results if we ignore the financial aspects and if we don't have the right regulations in place. To get investments going, we will maximize the use of common agricultural policy, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and cohesion policy funds for biomethane investments. But these are other policies. There are also other possibilities like Horizon Europe, the Innovation Fund, and the Modernization Fund. And we really want to work with the European Investment Bank to further increase the targeted support for pre-commercial plants under InvestEU. We will also make sure that we have the right regulatory framework in place. This is important because we want to promote only sustainable, mainly waste-based biogas and biomethane to avoid any conflict with food and feed value chain. The main objective to generate more sustainable and domestic gas in our market cannot infringe other priorities of the EU, including sustainability of food security. So this is where we want to start. The Renewable Energy Directive is clearly supportive of sustainable waste and residue-based biogas and biomethane production. Hydrogen and gas decarbonization package, which we proposed last winter, further supports the deployment of sustainable and low carbon gases. So it's a starting point. This is the direction of travel we want to indicate, and we want to work very closely with you to make this a successful effort. We've got some really pretty challenging times ahead, but if we move along these lines, I think we can really achieve a lot.
Thank you very much, Frans. I think it's fantastic to hear such a clear commitment to biomethane. I think the point you make about speed and the need to put in place the support mechanisms as fast as possible is absolutely critical. And I know from speaking to various of our members that the different regimes in different countries does present quite a hurdle. So standardizing as much as possible will be absolutely critical. We have here, as I say, Harman Decker from the European Biogas Association. I'm from the World Biogas Association. We have the chair of the ADBA here, all committed to work with you. What help would you find most valuable from all of us in particular?
Well, I think the most important thing for us is that when we make these projects, we're able to...
Oh no, you have a question, right?
It's all right. It's all right. You're doing well.
I think it's...
What question would you ask?
It's really timescale. Timescale. So, how quickly can we get to the point where investors can be given certainty?
Okay. Hoping he's coming back.
I think it's the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's not very good. Is he coming back? No. So we unfortunately feel that we have lost him, but that
was final.
That was final.
He's now out.
So, but I mean, I think that was a very clear outline of points that they want to put in, that the Commission wants to put in place. So, Harman, how did you feel about that? Was that new? Any of that from your perspective?
Well, not so much new. I think, of course, on the 8th of March we had the first Repower EU communication. The 18th of May, the action plan, biomethane action plan, so it was building up already to this. And I think he has not done much wrong. Actually, he is really supportive of biogas and biomethane. He's setting the framework for other member states to work on. We have to realize also the difficulty of the European Commission, that member states have a right and a big say, so he cannot set everything in stone. So he needs to work with it. And I think probably one of the best things coming out of here is the industrial partnership, the biomethane industrial partnership. We call it BIP by this time. That is a very good first step. We've been working actually with the cabinet of Timmermans months before, since October already, to set first a target and then to talk about this BIP. Now we're going to work out the governance structure together with the European Commission. And it is important for, as soon as it is realized, that we all join that and really empower this.
Absolutely. Chris, what would be your
message? I come at this as a slightly jaded and cynical former member of the European Parliament. Because I was a member of the European Parliament over a long six years and went through a number of legislative cycles. And it's worth just reminding people of the way the Constitution works in the European Union. Frans Timmermans is the Commissioner. So if the Commission makes a proposal, it has the power to make proposals, but it doesn't have the power to actually make law. That will require the agreement of the member states. And mostly in this sort of area, it's member state support schemes which are really crucial. So the real issue now, I think what he's saying is fantastic. I think and the level of commitment, I believe, actually, I really do think that there is a new level of commitment for exactly the reasons that he gave. Not only did we see an enormous increase by the way, in the natural gas price before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the 23rd of February. I actually just looked it up this morning, but if you take it in euros per megawatt hour, the gas price went from 1 year ago, it was 28 euros per megawatt hour. On the eve of the Russian invasion, it had already risen to 79.79 euros per megawatt hour. So it was already an increase of 184%. And the rise since then is another 27%. But it's a much smaller percentage rise than actually the rise before. Now, I know Vladimir Putin was playing games beforehand. He wasn't filling up the European storage. Gazprom, which owned a lot of European gas storage, wasn't filling it up. So, yes, there was some sense in which there were games being played ahead of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But this is a world gas crisis. The US gas price has doubled over this period. You're getting a massive installation of US LNG export terminals, liquefaction terminals. So I think the game really has changed. So I believe what he's saying, and I also think there will be enough member states, particularly I think some of the ones that are really in the front line, like Poland, for example, who will really want to move quickly on this. And there will be others who won't be so keen and won't move quite so quickly, and they will plead budget constraints and so forth. So we'll have to see. The key thing will be, in my judgment, is this another Commission wishful thinking plan? And for example, if you were to put all the Commission plans for tax harmonization on a table, they would be up to here, and they've never got anywhere because member states have never agreed them. And by the way, that includes after the British left. So just to be clear. But on this, I think there is real political buy-in and a real political understanding from parts of the political spectrum that up until now have been maybe half enthusiastic about biogas as a way of tackling climate change, but now can see very clearly that biogas is a way of dealing with Europe's excessive dependence on Russian gas imports. And that brings a whole new group of people into the coalition in favor of biomethane. And I think that's real. But there's just one cautionary note. Commission setting a target, Commission saying we want to do this, and then actually seeing the color of the money, which is what investors need. They need certainty about the time frame so that you're getting when you do your discounted cash flow analysis, it's actually coming out ahead of your costs of capital. We haven't got there yet. But I think we will, at least in quite a lot of member states.
Well, I think that's really interesting that the point that you made about the need for countries to come together and agree, which has been quite difficult. Do you think, Harman, that the extent of the crises that we are facing and the very clear political will there could actually mean that for once we do start to get alignment? And what would be the key things you would want to get alignment on across countries?
Right. Let's first say that I am not as cynical, but also realistic that it is very hard to get all the members and the member states aligned. I see, though, this has been approved by the Council, and we have been working with them, and we know what the reservations are. He mentioned clearly there must not be an intervention with regard to food and feed, because we have a food crisis coming up as well. So he was clearly mentioning biomethane needs to be sustainable. That is coming from the Council. It was a clear message. We need to be sustainable also on biomethane, but we can. And actually, when we build how we are going to make the 35 billion and actually billion cubic meters and beyond, the member states were convinced. And I was speaking in Spain a while ago. I was speaking to Poland as well, Czech Republic, another one. Actually, they made their national energy and climate plans a year ago. They have to redo it now. So this is a handle on how the European Commission can actually enforce that there is a little bit more biogas and biomethane than before, or not say a little bit, a lot more. And we see that Poland is interested. And Spain is interested because they suddenly see biogas is not as small as we thought it was. And we can actually provide jobs, local jobs. So there is momentum. And within this, I mentioned it before, the industrial partnership, we will bring in the member states as well, which is absolutely very necessary. And just to say one more thing, we, last year, a report of Engie came out. It says around about 160 billion cubic meters in Europe for biomethane. There will be another report coming out soon, which will be, it is also from a consultant actually, but it's in the same region, and that is without e-methane. 160 billion cubic meters means 1,500, 1,600, 1,700 terawatt hours. We have a gas consumption within Europe of, bear with me, a few numbers, 4,300 terawatt hours currently. The European Commission wants to cut down by 30% in 2030, so we'll be close to 3,000 terawatt hours. If we can go up to our 160 billion cubic meters without e-methane, we are serving 50% of the current gas supply, or gas demand there is. So we have a huge economic impact within Europe and given energy independent, because the hydrogen, a large part of that, will come from imports. Rest my case.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add it because it's interesting, I think, for example, if I were to take the oil super majors of all the big oil companies, you know, probably what the oil super major that has done less to pay real homage to the green cause is TotalEnergies. TotalEnergies are really hard-nosed about you know, their investments and about what they want to do. And TotalEnergies are now doing serious work on biogas. And that tells me that, you know, potentially big organizations with a lot of administrative capacity, a lot of investment capacity, and ability to go to the financial markets are getting interested in this space. And it could, if we get it right, if we get the sequencing right, if we get the national delivery right, I think we can really motor very, very fast, because this is a key inflection point for the industry. And the key in getting projects really going quickly is ensuring that certainty. So investors have got to have certainty. At the moment, the price is high enough. I mean, if we thought this price was going to continue for 12 years or 15 years, you know, everybody and their dog would be investing in AD plants right the way across Europe right now. And so the only thing we haven't got is the certainty about how long it lasts. Now, I believe that given what was happening before the Ukraine crisis, there's no doubt, to my mind, we've had serious underinvestment in natural gas in all sorts of parts of the globe, and the price is going to stay high for those reasons. But that is not enough certainty. If you're going to go to a bank and actually raise the money to build an AD plant, you need to provide some certainty about the offtake. And the only other thing I would say is, you know, if it's not a policy issue, because that becomes policy, can we get anybody interested in the utilities to provide long-term offtakes, guaranteed offtakes, and at what sort of price? And you could see maybe there are European utilities now who would be prepared to sign contracts for biogas. It will be a lower than market price now, but the quid pro quo is that they give you a 12 or a 15-year fixed price, and that allows you to go to a banker and say, I can show you the revenue.
Olivier told me what you're working on.
Yeah,
talk about it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Harman, you've been working on something that's very relevant to what Chris has just said. So do you want to outline that?
Yeah, that is actually related to the industrial partnership. This is exactly what we are working on. So we are now bringing within Europe the companies together, the member states together. We are inviting parliament members and of course the EC all together to quickly, very quickly, with urgency, cut the red tape, making sure that we are harmonizing very quickly. It is hard, but I believe that here we can do something. And that will probably start sometime in October, where Executive Vice President already said he will be present and kick it off. So that is something very promising, I would say.
It does sound very promising. We've been having a great conversation here. You've all been listening. Does anybody have a question or comment?
Hi there, my name's Nick Adriatis. I'm from Projective. I'm a chemical engineer, so I've been listening to this with fascination. And I heard what Franz Timmermans said about the 3 billion cubic metres, pushing that up to 35. And also the 160 figure you're talking about. The first thing that comes into my head is resources. Not monetary, but people and technical competency and resources. What are your thoughts about being able to do a 10-fold increase in production capacity by 2030? It sounds like a big ask to me. It's wonderful for people like me because, you know, we'll get to fill our boots, but it just strikes me as quite ambitious. Be interested to hear your thoughts about that.
Yes, shall I?
Well, I think you're completely right that we're going to need a lot of people moving into this sector. So it's one of the reasons that WBA has been working on developing a training platform where anybody wanting to come and work in this sector can get access readily to good quality training to make sure that they get up to speed as fast as possible. So that's one thing we're doing. But yes, you're completely right. Harman, do you want to add?
So, yeah, I just want to say, so the plan is to build 5,000 plants only by 2030. Germany builds 6,000 plants in 9 years' time. We need to do 5,000 mid-sized, be it mid-sized and industrial size plants, 4,000 mid-sized, 1,000 industrial. It is possible. Actually, they asked us for 60 billion cubic meters by 2030, and we said, no, we need to be careful. We would like to make the target, because I believe there are other renewables will not be able to make the target. We are going to make it. But indeed, people, that is very important to get them in, train them. And also, I was thinking, but to bring something else in, shouldn't we have a renewable ambassador from Europe going around the world talking about how Europe is doing that?
Well, there are.
That would be the icing on the cake, I think. I would say one other thing in terms of scaling up, and that is that as long as I've been involved in the AD industry, it is a sort of Savile Row industry. So you want to make an AD plant, you go to your Savile Row tailor and you get suited up, and every bulge is carefully fitted out, and this is costly. And the more AD we have and the quicker we want to go, the more we need a Marks and Spencer industry, not a Savile Row industry. So standardization, modular units that can be bolted on, things that can make the industry a lot easier. And standardization is actually something I think that Europe has actually been very good at historically in other sectors. And so maybe that's something that we really need to do in this sector as well. The more standardized things are, the more we can get John Deere producing massive numbers of modular AD units, which can just be churned out, then the easier it becomes. If we try and do this on a Savile Row bespoke suited basis with Italian cuffs and everything else, it's going to be more difficult.
So I completely agree with that. I'm sorry we are now out of time for further questions, so apologies. But completely agree with the point about standardization, what we're working on, hear it from our members. But just to end, I think that was fabulously exciting to hear that level of commitment from the European Commission. I hope all of you are really prepared to step up to the plate and come in and help deliver it. And lastly, thank you very much to Harman Decker and Chris Huhn for joining me, and obviously to Franz Timmermans. Thank you very much.
go? Okay. Good afternoon, and good morning and good evening for those who are following us from the Americas and from Asia. My name is Filippo Munna. I am Sales Director for EMEA at Hexagon Agility Mobile Pipeline. And thanks for joining this session on mobile pipeline solutions for biomethane. Today, I have the great pleasure and honor to have with me John Baldwin, CEO of CNG Services. I think John Baldwin is a recognized authority in the field of natural gas and biomethane, especially in UK. And then connected online on Teams, we have David Kilburn, co-founder and CEO of Rev LNG. Rev LNG is a leading company in the biomethane sector. And Johan Weidmann, CEO of Process Control. Process Control is the leading company for turnkey solution for CNG and CBG in Scandinavia. All these companies are partners with Hexagon Mobile Pipeline in several biomethane projects, and we'll see the details later. So, for starters, I thought I could throw some numbers, a couple of numbers actually. 34 billion cubic meters per year is today's global production of biomethane. But actually, based on the available feedstock, the potential is 840 billion cubic meters of biomethane. As you can appreciate, the gap is huge. And this is why we are here. We would like to show how biomethane is one of the solutions to solve the current challenges to our environmental and energy crisis, and how mobile pipeline is a key piece in this solution. We, Hexagon Agility, are the market leader in designing, manufacturing of Type 4 full carbon pressure vessels and systems for gas storage and gas transportation. Today we'll focus more on gas transportation. And we feel that given our position and our 60 years experience, whose heritage starts with the aerospace industry. And by the way, our cylinders were on the space shuttle in the 80s, just to give the idea. We would like to be part of this solution. We would like to drive this energy transformation because our vision is clean air everywhere, and our values are integrity and drive, where integrity always comes first. So, oops, I'm sorry. Quick look at what Hexagon Agility is. We are a Norwegian company listed at the stock exchange market in Oslo. Our major shareholder is Mitsui. Mitsui owns 25% of Hexagon Composite ASA, who is the full owner of Hexagon Agility. We are market leader in the Americas, both in the transportation sector and gas distribution. Over 70,000 trucks running on CNG use our systems, and we have deployed over 1,800 modules for gas transportation, actually the mobile pipeline we are talking about today, worldwide, from very cold Canada and Scandinavia down to very hot Latin America and Southeast Asia. So let's start to talk about the topic we are here for. Biomethane. We saw it before. There is a huge gap between what we are doing today and what we could be doing. In fact, where do we find a feedstock to make this biomethane? Actually, as this slide shows quite clearly, today only 7% of feedstock is used to supply biomethane. Whereas if it was fully utilized, if we hypothetically reach the 840 billion cubic meters of biomethane per year, 24% of the biomethane would come from animal manure. The gap is even bigger with agricultural waste, where today the biomethane supply potential is used at 3% only. And it could be that 59% of the biomethane would come from agricultural waste. Now, both sources are off the grid for obvious reasons. We are talking mainly about farms. And that's where transportation plays a key role, especially transportation with lightweight carbon fiber product that allow to reduce dramatically operating costs. Even further, let's have a look at what's happening in Europe. Today, if we look at the energy mix, only 3% is due to biomethane and biogas together. We are talking about 22 billion cubic meters of gas. But actually the potential here is expressed in exajoule, would be 5 exajoule, but perhaps it makes more sense to talk about cubic meters. It would be 138 billion cubic meters of biomethane. In the previous session, we were talking about Repower EU, right? And Repower EU demands 35 billion cubic meters of gas. Well, the availability would be for 138 billion. Whether we can really achieve the target at this point, it looks like it's really already answered. We could reach 13% of the energy mix in Europe. And then what's beautiful about biomethane? This is just an example. It's taken from the heavy-duty industry. We are comparing data points related to a Mercedes-Benz 7.7 liter. And when the truck is run on renewable natural gas, I will use renewable natural gas and biomethane interchangeably during this session, we will be as carbon negative as 740 grams per kilometer. So actually, biomethane is the cleanest source of energy today available. Now, how does mobile pipeline come into the picture? Well, it's very simple. You know, suppose you have a farm and you are located 10 kilometers away from the grid, and you produce your biomethane, you want to inject it. You know, building a pipeline could cost you as much as 10 million euros. And it would cost also in terms of time, because it takes time to build it. Deploying a mobile pipeline takes perhaps between 8 to 10 months. It requires a compression station built at the anaerobic digestion location, and then it requires trucks that transport gas in compressed form. And the beauty of lightweight cylinder is that this carbon fiber product can transport 3 times as much the amount of gas that could be transported with traditional steel products. And it requires an injection point at the point of use that could be a pipeline or an industry. And as you can see, the impact in terms of CapEx, in terms of timing, in terms of flexibility, this solution can be deployed fast, but could also be redeployed, supposing the plan changes. Now, today, we will have with us honorable speakers who will talk about how we can use a mobile pipeline to take biomethane off the grid and transport it to industrial users. This would be mostly the focus on John Baldwin during his presentation, because yes, you can inject biomethane in the grid and take it out at a different point thanks to a green gas certificate scheme. David Kilburn will be more focused on capturing stranded gas and injecting it into the grid. This is what mostly REV LNG does in North America. But then, you know, there are other type of application. We could go as far as talking about pipeline-to-pipeline transportation or mobile refueling transportation of gas. But then we will move to Jon Weidemann, who will give us a very special perspective, the perspective of Scandinavia, where road limits are so flexible that process control is able to build lightweight modules that can serve up to 3 customers with one go. The picture on the top right corner shows a customer of process control moving 3 containers with hexagon cylinders, serving 3 different customers in one go. But now, before we move to the next presentation, I would like to leave you with 3 key takeaways. So today, only 16% of the potential biomethane is produced. Repower EU demands more, and we have seen that we can make it, because the gap today is much bigger than what Repower EU demands. And mobile pipeline solves the problem of moving gas, especially from a stranded source to the grid. So thank you, and now I would leave the floor to David Kilburn, who is connecting from North America. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. It's David Kilborn. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of a company called Rev LNG. It's a pleasure to be with you here today and speaking about mobile pipelines and how they deliver value. A quick agenda, we'll talk a little bit about our company, just a quick background, and how those mobile pipeline applications can be used, and talk about some of the fastest growing markets in the renewable natural gas biomethane space. Our company is headquartered up in north central Pennsylvania on the east coast of the United States. And we are an integrated liquefied natural gas, compressed natural gas, and renewable natural gas development and solutions provider. We move molecules in trucks. So we own and operate a large liquefied natural gas and compressed natural gas transportation fleet. We're specialists in LNG, CNG, and RNG project development, transportation, storage, and regas infrastructures. And over the last 4 to 5 years, we've become the leading developer of renewable natural gas projects from dairy feedstock in the United States. We're also very proud to have a joint venture with Berkshire Hathaway Energy in the Pivotal platform. This is our LNG liquefaction facilities. There's 3 facilities. One's located in the Marcellus near Scranton, Pennsylvania. One is located in Birmingham, Alabama. And the newest facility is located in Jacksonville, Florida, that utilizes LNG as well as renewable LNG as a bunkering fuel for boats that go to the Caribbean for large ships. Our key company and our services, we believe in natural gas, and whether it's in compressed form, whether it's in liquefied form, or whether it's in a renewable form, we believe in gas, and we have the key services and expertise to provide that for our customers. And over the last few years in the United States, probably the largest driver of mobile energy solutions and mobile pipelines has been due to the growth in the renewable natural gas biomethane space. Landfills are the largest producers here of biomethane in the United States on a volumetric basis. However, agriculture such as swine and dairy have become a leading development candidate due to the low carbon intensity scores that we would typically see with this type of a fuel. In the United States, the American government has an Ag Star program, which is a federal program, and according to them, there are roughly 8,000 possible locations to do agricultural-based biomethane production in the United States from dairy and swine farms alone. There's less than 250 of these facilities that are operating in the United States today. So there's a very large opportunity for growth in the coming years. And this business is really just in its infancy in the United States. The drivers of this business, without a doubt, these are the 3, in essence, if you're a developer or an owner of these projects, these are your 3 revenue sources in the United States. The low carbon fuel standard, or LCFS market, think of it as a state by state program. There are different states, but California is by far the largest and most popular in volume, and gets the most attention because it's one of the biggest economies in the world just as a standalone. The EPA, or Renewable Fuel Standard program, is nationwide, and that is tied to the RINs program here in the United States. Both of these programs are credit generators. In essence, your carbon intensity scores, your volumetric, allow you to generate credits and then sell them against a carbon ton price in the marketplace to earn revenue. And then the third point is obviously just your commodity, such as Henry Hub or the local index, which has gone up substantially in the last 6 months of the United States due to global energy prices. Henry Hub was roughly $3 an MMBTU, for the vast majority of the last few years. It's now trading between $7.50 and $9. So those are your 3 generators. In the United States, the low carbon fuel standard, it's a game of credits and deficits. So if you're a big energy, if you're big oil, if you're a refiner, you have to, in essence, meet your ESG goals and the thresholds, the goals to get to carbon neutrality in 2025, 2030, 2040. You're in a game of deficits. So in essence, you need to be able to buy credits from the RNG developers and the owners of these projects that have these credits, and they get traded back and forth. And that's really how this marketplace works in the United States. The low carbon fuel standard market, again, it's a state by state case. In the United States, California, again, being the biggest opportunity out there, Oregon also has an LCFS program, and the hope is that in the United States that many more states across the country will start to adopt an LCFS-like type of program, and you'll see larger diversified markets for the renewable natural gas, and it just won't be dependent on California. Now, we believe New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, some of these states will be soon to follow what the success has been in California. Our company at Rev LNG, as I said, has become a leading developer of renewable natural gas projects in the United States from dairy feedstock. We currently have 10 plants that are up and operating in a joint venture with Detroit Edison Biomass. We're currently building 12 projects this year with our partner South Jersey Industries, and we have roughly 250,000 cows under contract, which is about 45 farms that will build out over the next 3 years. If you want to see this is what an RNG project looks like. This is the location that we have in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And those are 4 above ground complete mixed digesters. They're roughly 1.5 million gallons each. We take that gas, it's basically 60% methane, 40% CO2. We clean it up in the white building in a gas processing cleanup system using membranes. And then here we need to, in essence, like many projects, you don't have the availability to get transport or pipeline infrastructure. So we use mobile energy transportation to move that gas to the market. The vast majority of projects in the United States have to be done by mobile energy. Hexagon Lincoln has been our partner for all of these. We have a large fleet of trucks. Their safety, their capacity, their scale, and their ease of use as operators is really the reason why we've chosen them as our OEM. And we have a large portion of these in our fleet today, and expanding that with numerous on orders. CNG, there's always the conversation as a developer, what is a better way to do it? Is it better to use a mobile energy pipeline, or is it better to connect infrastructure and pipe to the farm? The challenge is in the United States, because we're such a big geographic country, that you don't have access, affordable access to natural gas pipeline infrastructure at the vast majority of these agricultural farms. So really mobile energy solutions has really become the mobile pipelines has really become the go-to choice, if you will, for all of these projects, and they work very well. This is a picture of our terminal in Wisconsin. On the top, it's an aerial view. And what that is you can see that we have a gas. This is a multi-use facility. We actually have 3 farms that are pipelined raw biogas into this facility that we clean up. We also unload 7 different farms here using Hexagon trailers. And then we put the gas into an interstate pipeline at about 1,200 pounds. So this facility, you can scale these in the United States. It's really a function of how much capacity, takeaway capacity that your pipeline can provide. But by utilizing tube trailers, it works extremely well. We're typically bringing in a load here. Some of our farms produce a load of gas every 10 to 12 hours. We run those 24/7, 365, and we can produce a substantial amount of natural gas into these terminals. So you get economies of scale. They become very efficient to be able to use.
Thank you very much. Thank you, David, and thank you for showing how the incentive schemes work in North America and how you have developed your project. I think timing is essential here. So we move to Jon Weidemann, the CEO of Process Control.
Hello, everybody. Today I will be joining you from Gothenburg, west side of Sweden. I'll try to give you a picture a little bit about the unique development that we have done in the Nordic region, far away from everybody else. We have to find our own way. And Hexagon has been a partner for us for more than 15 years. So when no one is listening and challenging, we are at least saying that we are the Nordic region's leading supplier for infrastructure for energy gases. This is our home ground and footprint. So based on the west coast of Sweden, you can see we have done a lot of installations, more than 200 different kind of fueling stations and 300 mobile storages we have delivered over the past 25 years. So it's public stations, bus stations, we have filling stations, LCNG stations with a combination of liquid and compressed gas. We have then stranded users where we're doing decompression, and then we do all the development and a lot of other automation work and solution for energy storage and handling. So this is a typical station, and on the left you see the mobile storage container that we will focus on today. So our stations are either fed by the grid or by a container. Then we compress it, store it, ready to use. We have then dispenser, and you can refuel a car. We have the bus depot. It's the same. It's a little bit bigger compressor station. We have a larger scale gas storage. And as you can see in the middle here, we have for this station a LNG backup. If there for some reason is a disturbance on the net, we can back up with LNG. The buses in this case, we have slow filling. So during the night when no one is using the buses, we can fill them very slow. We have also some fast filling stations where we can refuel a bus in under 2 minutes with a huge compressor station. In this case, we have biomethane production. So on the left in the gray building, there's a compressor station, and then we refill the mobile storages. And as you can see here, we have several different models from several different customers. And I think that's one of the big benefits about the mobility, that over lifetime, when you have different contractors for driving the buses, supplying the gas to different locations, you can actually, you can say, reroute the pipeline by using the mobile storages. On the LNG and LCNG, we have a market that is currently evolving, while there is a pickup of the use of LNG transports. We have a lot of boil off of the gas, and then by combining the two, we can actually reduce the operating cost for the LNG operator by compressing the gas instead of cooling it a lot. For standard users, we have a decompression unit. This is also developed internally with our own heat exchangers. So there we can reduce the pressure of the gas from 250 bar to around 2 to 4 bars while heating it during the decompression. The mobile storages, we are building them both with steel cylinders. If there is a short distance between the points in which the gas is produced and used, and then we have an equation where we calculate the distance needed in order to make the hexagon cylinders profitable. And for us, it's about 50-50 over the years of the 300 we have delivered. With these special 4-axle trucks, we can carry quite heavy load, so we can move almost 4 tons of gas in one go. The situation in Sweden is that we have recently received governmental support for the production and also for the liquefaction. Totally, we have 66 production sites that has been subsidized, and you can see 22 of them was during the last year. So there is a big change in which our society is moving. The total consumption and production in Sweden, it's 15 terawatt of methane, whereof 4 terawatt is biomethane. But we do have biomass available to produce 9 times more biomethane in Sweden. So I think our situation is more or less the same like any other place in the world. So in Sweden, we have a limited gas grid. We have about 250 public filling stations, and there is only a minority of those that are connected to the national gas grid. Here you see in black where the gas grid currently is available. So for this, we have created a unique need, you can say, for off-grid solutions, and that has been solved with these mobile storages. What you can see also is that the gas grid is heavily regulated, and it's mostly suitable for industrial gas users that has the same consumption every day. So if you're running Monday to Sunday evening with more or less the same load, it works pretty good. But if you want to use some gas Tuesday and Thursday, regardless, you have to pay for a 7-day use on your connection. So more flexible, and it's more adaptable to the volatile use and demand. We can get the biomethane straight from the biogas plant. You don't have to pass the grid. I will take you also through a customer case. That's where we have built, so we can house 5 mobile storages. It's a backup solution for a refinery where we have built a decompression unit that is on a 2-second standby every second during the year. So we can decompress 4,000 kilos of gas per hour from 250 bar to 37 bar. There is no gas grid nearby, so we need to transport it. And as far as the consumption pattern is not possible to plan, because sometimes it's used only a few times per year. But the cost for the refinery, if they run out of energy and can't deliver, is I think the yearly cost is 3 times higher than the investment for this solution. So the containers solve both the transport and also the local storage need. So this decompression unit is built inside a 40-foot container, where on the left side we have a gas boiler that will then use the biomethane to heat itself. On the right-hand side we have custom-made heat exchangers that will heat the gas while decompressing it. And here are some pictures from the performance check, where you can yet again see different variants of mobile storages. And in the middle there is a huge flare trying to simulate the 4,000 kilo per hour's capacity. Or if you want to know a little bit more about us, please don't be shy and visit our homepage. So that was my message for today.
Thank you, Johan. Thank you. Scandinavia is the home of Hexagon, and it's also a great field for mobile pipeline application due to the large territory and the spread of the population. Now we conclude our speakers session with John Baldwin, CEO of CNG Services. Thank you, John.
Thank you. I can't remember what I'm saying actually, so I need to have a look at my slides. We're not like Sweden. We have a gas grid in the UK. Nearly everyone's on that, and we're obviously not like the US because shale gas is banned here, so it's not like the Marcellus. But we're going to talk about a project we did in Scotland, which is to take gas out of the high pressure grid to some distilleries who would never ever be on gas because of their location. So this is CNG Services. We mostly work in biomethane, so we occasionally do virtual pipelines like this one, and there's quite a bit of activity at the moment in the UK, sort of stranded or isolated biomethane, which we'll touch on later. But we mostly work on biomethane into the gas grid, because obviously we're in the UK, it's a small country, the gas grid is pretty much everywhere. This is a project we did in Scotland in 2019-20. It started off in 2013. The idea was there's an onshore oil field at Leibster in the northeast of Scotland, and it was flaring gas. And the obvious thing to do was to stop flaring it, capture it, take it to the distillery. But the problem you have, if you've got one well, you can't sell that gas to a distillery because it's not going to be reliable. When the gas runs out, the distillery would say, well, what am I doing now? So we realized that we needed to get a reliable source of gas. So we found a reliable source of gas on the sort of 85 bar gas grid near Aberdeen. So we built with, and this became an early Keed project, so we built a compressor station on the 85 bar grid near Aberdeen, and then we take the gas from that, or Air Liquide does, by Hexagon trailers to these 4 distilleries. And as I say, these are distilleries that wanted to get off oil, wanted to get on biomethane, and the way to do that is to get gas out of the grid and then do a deal with Air Liquide on certificates, because Air Liquide have got a lot of biomethane from food waste plants. So the gas goes into the grid in the UK, in England, but the certificate comes out of the high pressure gas grid. So this was the site where we found a high pressure gas grid. So there's 5 pipelines going from St Fergus full of 85 bar gas. We tapped into the grid. We built a compressor station, which the way I describe it, it's a bit like if you're climbing Everest, you really don't want to start at the bottom. You want to start at sort of 25,000 feet. So when we work on CNG now, our sister company CNG Fuels, you're trying to find the transmission grid because you're basically lazy. And you don't want to start at 200 millibar, you want to start at a transmission grid pressure. So we did this, and we think this is the highest capacity filling station in the UK, because each of the compressors does about 7,000 in Europe, 7,000 meter cubed an hour. So we've got 2 of those, which gives you a lot of gas. And then we need, obviously, to get the gas to the customer. And what you realise when you're talking to the distilleries, they do not like gas by road, really. They like gas by pipeline. But if there's no pipeline for 100 miles, they will put up with gas by road, but they don't really like it. But given that they're having it, they don't want many deliveries. So we realised that if you had a steel trailer, you could carry about 4 tons of gas. And if you had a composite, it was about 10 tons of gas and deliver about 9 tons. So it's a sort of obvious point, really. So you can't really, we couldn't do what we do in Scotland with steel because the distilleries would not have put up with the road movements. Quite an important point. So the project was only facilitated by developments in Type 4 technology. So there's a bit of detail on here, but basically we put the gas into the trailer. There's 5 loading bays here. There's, as I said, 4 distillery sites, and I think that's fine. And then at the distillery end, we have a pressure reduction unit. So we take the gas at 250 bar and we cut it to 2 bar. I think this particular one is Glenmorangie. And again, what I said before is they don't really like CNG. They want it on a pipe, but there's no grid. So what we did here is we decant the CNG half a mile away, and that's the decanting station. And then we run a 2-bar pipe into the distillery. So as far as the distillery is concerned and the visitors, it is on the gas grid. And that's quite a good model. So when we're looking at hydrogen jobs, there is no way you'll bring hydrogen into a distillery. You'll fall foul of all sorts of issues. So you'll probably have to do the same. So the hydrogen probably has to finish up outside of places and be piped in below ground in a low pressure gas pipe like this. We did some other distilleries besides Glenmorangie, Clynelish, Dalwhinnie, Rose Isle. And it's all fine. I think if I go back now to that site I mentioned in 2012-13, Leicester, we never did that. That gas was never been able to capture, and it's not been produced for sort of 10 years. They're looking at bringing it back now. Oil prices are high. But when we bring it back, we can capture that CNG now and know we've got places to take it. We don't need trailers. Air Liquide have got trailers. They don't need customers. They've got customers. So what was a Herculean project in 2012-13, because we didn't have anything, all you're doing is replacing the mother station. So instead of it coming out of the transmission grid, it's just flare gas. So it's sort of relatively easy to envisage that happening now. Just one other thing which is worth mentioning is that it's quite a busy slide, but basically there's about 100 biomethane projects in Great Britain, and about 90-something of them, 95 of them, they just put the gas into the low pressure gas grid, or up to a 40-bar gas grid. And that's obviously a good idea if you've got your feedstock near where you've got the gas grid. But there's a few now who take it to somewhere else, and I think there's about 7 projects built or under development where you can move the gas by road. And as I say, it's not as good as if you could put it in the grid, but it is okay. And I think it also gives you a little bit of optionality, because vehicles exist now that run on biomethane, and if your biomethane's from waste, then in addition to taking it to put in the grid somewhere, you can also run all your vehicles on it, and that's quite lucrative in the UK regime. So there's quite a bit of activity going on. It'll never be like Sweden because we have a gas grid, so it's not a Scandinavian model. But there is opportunities in the UK with stranded feedstock, which is nowhere near the gas grid. You can't really move feedstock. So planning permission, feedstock, move the gas by road, inject it in one of these places.
Thank you, John. And like I mentioned earlier, this is the perspective of serving customers off the grid by taking gas from the pipeline. I'm sorry. So now we can start the the Q&A session. For those who are connected online, you can use the messenger on the right side of your screen, and you can type your question, and then they will be taken to the speakers. But otherwise, if anyone on the floor wants to ask a question, we are happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have a question about Repower Europe. So with all the coverage around Repower Europe, how does mobile pipeline help meet the 2030 target of 35 BCM biomethane? And also, how do we get there? And how quickly can we get there? So this is my question about mobile pipeline.
If it's okay for John, this could be a question that John can help to answer. Otherwise, I can take it.
Yeah, I mean, I think to develop biomethane, you need three things. You need a feedstock, you need to be able to get planning permission, and you need to be able to get a revenue. So putting it into the gas grid gives you a revenue, moving it by road gives you a revenue, putting it remotely into the grid or off a vehicle fuel. So the economics work, and I think there's probably also a realization that it is deliverable today. So if you want to decarbonize your fleet of trucks, you can do it tomorrow. You're not waiting 10 years for some other technology.
Sure. Thank you, John. And as we have seen, we have availability to make up to 138 billion cubic meters. So definitely there's a space.
I would like to understand what are the losses compared to all these three different technologies, CNG, LNG, when it comes to fueling your vehicle or end consumer using this gas. In terms of pricing or losses, how does it work technically?
Well, I can answer for what pertains CNG. Well, partly today, the schemes that appear under the RED II directive in the European Union, and also the policies in place in the United States enforced by the CARB in California, and also by the EPA directly from the US government, provides incentives for and calculate the carbon negativity of the biomethane. So the more the biomethane is carbon negative, the more the user will benefit, because he will decrease, and I'm talking about mainly fleet owner, he will decrease the carbon footprint of its fleet. So the key is recognizing the carbon negativity of biomethane, and that's where you definitely don't fall into a loss. Actually, I understand that under the LCF scheme in California, biomethane is sold up to $200 per MMBTU, so it can go as high as that. And one point needs to be clear, the carbon negativity of biomethane depends on the feedstock, depends on where you make the biomethane, if you are far away from the grid or if you are closer. So it's never one number, but it has to be calculated, it has to be assessed. There was another question from the, yes.
Thank you, Duncan Valentine. Thank you, Philippe. A very simple question, really. Obviously, these plants are very high capex. Obviously, these trucks have a cost. Does Hexagon have any financial support, and have you any examples of that?
Sure. Thank you for the question, because this is a key aspect when we offer turnkey solutions. We are a Norwegian company, but we have production bases in Germany and in the United States. That this gives us access to export credit agencies of these countries, and today this is what we are doing. So basically we kill the capex problem by providing very attractive financing for this kind of project, not only biomethane, also other type of projects. But yes, we still today at the current interest rates, we can be extremely attractive. Yes. Thank you.
A question for Johan. My name's Peter Waters. I work in Ireland.
Thank you.
John. There's 5 sites in Ireland at the moment with biomethane generation, and there's one bio-LNG. There's about 30, and of which 15 are hexagon moving around. Sweden and Scandinavia is probably about 10 years ahead of us. Johan, are there any key takeaways or learning points for us coming down the pipeline?
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good. I think one issue is that you have to be proud when you do something that is good. We heard earlier that the distilleries was not so happy to use CNG. I mean, on the containers in Sweden, there is a lot of great advertisement of the good thing being done when you move around. So that is one. Second of all, make it simple. You need to have a national legislation for all the approval. Make a standard. Take the hexagon bottles, make sure that everybody uses the same, then it goes really fast. Make sure that you have a whole system where both production, distribution and consumption is, let's say, taken care of by the government. So you have a good financial support all around that. And then talk about it. I think that's what we have been doing. People start to recognize the biomethane now after 25 years. Take some time.
Thank you, Johan. Any other question from the floor?
Nicolas Piat from Storengy. I have a question concerning social acceptability, because we know that around a lot of projects for biomethane, there is a lot of problems with stakeholder management, especially with running trucks for feedstocks and digestates. How do you cope with that, with putting some extra trucks actually around the project?
Thank you for your question. I think here David Kilburn can help with an answer.
Yeah, happy to. So the volume of trucks that are utilized in these projects is extremely small. And what I mean by that is like a typical, if we have a 7,000 head farm, a 7,000 cow head farm, which is a big farm in the United States, right? You're basically making one tanker load on average every 18 hours, so 1.25 trips a day. In the United States, that's very, very low traffic. So there is, sometimes, and I agree with you, like when you first come in, one of the first questions the community will ask, well, how many trucks are going to be on the road, and does that noise and does that, safety factor come into it? But I think if you advocate and you educate the community of what you're doing, that, hey, a lot of our projects would typically have at least 2 tankers. A 7,000 farm would probably have 3 tankers in rotation. That tanker is really only making, if there's 3 tankers, only one every 3 days, so to speak, right? So 1 tanker a day, give or take. So it's a pretty small amount. And so it's been fairly, once you educate them, it has been fairly easy to get past that question. But that is a question that constantly comes up.
And I would add to that now more and more ADR transport is run on gas, on biomethane. So that also helps to answer. Yes, thank you. Any other? Thank you.
Yeah, hi. I have a question about the sort of incentive punitive programs that are in play. The California one is the LCFS, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And I think we have the RTFO here in the UK. Is that model propagating across the world? Are we seeing more and more of those? Is that sort of incentive punitive scheme the sort of standard model across different countries for permeating and promoting the biogas model for transport?
So I can provide my perspective, then perhaps we can again hear a bit from David Kilburn. He knows very well what the schemes are in place in the US. I would say that with the new directive in Europe, we are going towards the same direction. So that is the idea. We calculate the carbon negativity, and then certificate can be traded based on that. But on top of this, I think companies have their own policies, and more we see companies setting targets for themselves. Even in countries where there are no policies in place, they want to be able to declare that they are close to a carbon zero emission. And that's where you can, again, trade certificates. Yes. Perhaps David can add something to.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not sure so much on a worldwide basis how I think that those programs and platforms are being enacted by the policymakers. There is absolutely a drive, and in the United States over the last 24 to 36 months, voluntary ESG programs by Fortune 500 companies or by communities are really starting to take hold, where you didn't see that 5 years ago. The LCFS program, the Low Carbon Fuel Standard program, that credits and deficits type of program certainly is the biggest one is California. But if you remember that slide I showed it going east, there's really 1 or 2 states in America that have adopted it. But I do think in the United States, all 50 states probably a decade from now will have enacted that. And I think that type of a pattern probably holds well throughout the rest of the world, where other countries, certainly European countries, Western countries, will start to adapt a program like that for ESG mandates.
Okay, thank you. So if no other question from the floor, I would like to close with one question coming from me to the other speakers. Mainly, I would say John and Johan. Now, back to the Repower EU program, we see the potential can be, the demand can be satisfied since the potential is big. But based on your experience, what are the challenges ahead that we can face? Perhaps John, you can add something to that.
I think in Great Britain, obviously the main challenge is getting a revenue stream. So at the moment, if you get a revenue for biogas making electricity, it's not made easy for you to get it for putting gas into the gas grid. So that's one area that's being looked at. So it really is, can you get a revenue? But I think if over the next 10 years, as we're going to have such a lot of renewable electricity in Europe, you shouldn't really be burning biogas in 2030, really. And if you're making biomethane, you should always be capturing the CO2, which is another revenue. So I think if you look at a slide of the sort of carbon negativeness of manure biomethane, once you're capturing the CO2 and locking it away, it becomes very much more negative. And I think that negativeness has a significant value to industrial customers who have got carbon emissions they cannot get rid of because their factories are natural gas. So I think over the years, biogas becomes biomethane. It goes somewhere into the grid or whatever, via road or directly into the grid, but we always have to capture the CO2. We never vent the CO2, and I think that new injection of revenue stream for the next 10 years is quite important for this market, certainly in Europe.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Johan, you want to comment?
A little bit earlier about the capex, and yes, there is a large capex, but there is also a very, very long lifetime of the investments that you make. So I think to really facilitate the gut to make investments in this business, we need our key stakeholders to make long-term commitments about the support that they're going to give for biomethane. I think that will be extremely important. I think also it's very important that we get good support by our researching community to find good applications, because today everybody is fighting about what is the right thing. Is it electricity? Is it biomethane? But when you remove diesel and gasoline off the chart for fueling vehicles, there is not so much left. And we can see in Scandinavia now that LNG-powered trucks and buses, but mainly trucks, that system works extremely well. They can run 1,000 kilometers on one refueling. There is a quite big network now. So having different applications, both CNG and LNG. You have it for vehicles. You can also have it for applications where you need a lot of energy instantly, like the customer case we had with a backup for a refinery. So I think that will be facilitating the implementation of biomethane. But also the RED II, the new directive on how to actually capture the negative CO2 that occurs when you are producing biomethane from manure and waste. I think that is very important to make people understand the benefits of biomethane.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for attending this session. And if you have more questions, then I'll be here today and also tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. I wasn't sure whether you could hear me then, so probably started that a little bit loud. Thank you very much for joining us today. We are nearing the end of the first day, and I hope you'll all agree that it's been a really fantastic set of sessions today. I appreciate it may have been a slightly long day, but I really do think that this is a really fantastic and a really exciting panel. It's a very poignant issue, not just food waste, but I think we can all agree that there's been a lot of talk around the importance of food systems and security of food systems and food and the spotlight that those systems are really being put under at the moment. So I think there's been quite an interesting discussion around the use of the word waste, and I think Tom Bradshaw from the NFU really put it very well earlier in that waste is just a resource in the wrong place, and I think for decades it has been going to the wrong place. As we're all aware, I don't think I'm preaching to anybody who doesn't know this, but food waste is a significant emitter of methane, and the food waste system and the food system in general really does have significant greenhouse gas emissions associated with it. We're starting to see some real movement in the space with the rollout of separate food waste collections across the EU, the UK. There's been some fantastic work being done in the US around developing these food waste systems. But also I think it's really important to note that not only will capturing and recycling these wastes reduce emissions as a whole, but they'll play a really key role in the energy transition. So providing fuel for transport, electricity to power homes, biomethane to heat homes. So today we've got some really prominent speakers that are going to take us through some of the different facets associated with these systems to talk about how to really maximize the capture of these food wastes and then really deep dive and really extract the value that they can bring to the food system. I think Pavel and I were talking just beforehand to say, and he said something that really stuck with me around that this is the moment, and I think that is definitely something to bear in mind as we go through the sessions. So first of all, we have Dr. Dominic Hogg joining us from Equinimiter. So he's going to talk us through the scale of the problem, but also he's going to shine quite an interesting perspective on the way in which these emissions are accounted for in the system. He will be able to sort of put it far more eloquently than I can. So at that, I will hand over to Dominic. Can I talk to him? Sorry, Dominic, can you hear me? You're muted at the moment, so we can't actually hear you. Still not.
Hi, is that better?
Hear you now.
Okay. And can you see the slides on the screen, I hope. Thanks, Leanne. I'm going to go quickly then through some issues which certainly for me personally have been things I've been looking at over the last 20, 25 years and have been somewhat frustrating, but taking a much deeper look at this now. And it's to do with the way in which the greenhouse gas emissions associated with waste management get dealt with in the national inventories that countries report to the United Nations under the Framework Convention on Climate Change. So there's a few interesting things that we find when we're looking at these emissions, when we're looking at what's called the waste section of the inventory. The first is that the waste section of the inventory really only covers emissions from landfill and from composting and anaerobic digestion to a degree, but they don't count the non-fossil contributions to CO2 emissions. So the interesting thing is with that is that you don't see anything in the waste inventory where waste is being sent to incineration and where energy is being generated. Because the inventory is being apportioned up into various different sections, where waste is being burnt for incineration, the emissions are reported under the energy sector. And if you look at the graphic in front of you, it shows you just how steeply this fossil CO2 emissions from incineration have been increasing in the UK over the last decade. And they're a significant contributing factor. And why is that important? Well, some models, some ways of looking at CO2 from waste will focus only on what's in that section. So they don't see these emissions associated with incineration. And that's a bit of a problem because clearly if we're not seeing those emissions and we're not really properly appreciating them, then that can lead us to make the wrong sorts of decisions. And you can see that really clearly if you look at things like recycling. So for example, if you look at these different rows in the slide in front of you, you'll see what are the impacts of moving material, top row is saying aluminium, from landfill to recycling. And the weird thing about that is that if you look at this, the way this is being reported in the UN inventories, and you look at the waste chapter, you'd think, well, hang on a minute, I'm doing something with stuff called waste. What happens to my waste chapter emissions? And for all of these rows, the impact is 0. Now that's bizarre because we understand that it's a really good idea to recycle aluminium or plastic and so forth, and we'll actually reduce emissions, but those emissions, effectively the savings, get registered under a separate section of the inventory called the industrial production and product use in part of the inventory. And furthermore, if you look at these bottom two lines, if I'm affecting what's going on with if you look at what's going on on the right-hand side here with the energy emissions, then actually, if I take plastic out of an incineration plant, or I put it into an incineration plant, I've got a significant impact on my fossil-derived CO2 emissions. And again, I don't see those on my waste inventory. And it's important because there are some models out there that basically use the waste section of the inventory and the models focused around those to orient decision making. And the problem is that that's going to lead people to make the wrong decisions. And that gets even worse when we look at the fact that we're actually only interested, when we're reporting to the UN, in emissions that are happening within our territory. So here's a great example of what might happen. Suppose if I've got something that takes 5 tons of CO2 to make from virgin material, but it takes 1 ton of CO to make from secondary material, then the actual global impact of that would be a saving of doing more recycling would be a saving of 4 tons. But actually, depending on whether the primary production is happening domestically or overseas, and depending on how that's actually affecting the scenario we've got in hand, you actually get any one of these results in a national inventory. You can actually see a benefit, a saving, if you like, of 5 tons, or actually even you can see an increase of 1. Because if you were importing stuff that was made from primary material, and yet you end up making stuff in your own territory from secondary material, you can actually worsen your own territorial emissions. So it sort of makes no sense. It's not guiding us in the right way. So what happens with something like composting or anaerobic digestion? Well, what we've typically got here is an issue around the timing of the non-fossil CO2 emissions. And if you look at incineration, it's gone up into the sky straight away. It's burnt, it's oxidized, the carbon in the material has been sent into the atmosphere as CO2. If I go through a biological treatment process, then typically I've got some emissions of CO2 in the short term, but then I apply the material to land. And you think, well, hang on a minute, these processes are different. These processes are not the same, and yet for the purposes of the inventory, they're entirely the same. They're not treated any differently whatsoever. There's no registering of the benefits generally of applying organic matter to land. So could we do something better on this? Well, we sort of know that if we apply organic matter at different rates to the soil, we'll see a build-up of the organic matter in the soil over a period of years, and it will plateau out. And what's actually happening to that, the carbon we're applying, is we're seeing a progressive loss of it. It's not permanently sequestered in the soil, but it is sequestered over a period of time. So how could you deal with that in the existing inventory system? Well, in theory, it could be picked up in what's called the land use and land use change and forestry part of the inventory, and you could pick it up by understanding changes in pools of soil carbon, but you'd have to have a very tight resolution piece of GIS looking at that. So what we could do is say, well, if we're going to treat incineration as though nothing has been emitted, and that's the sort of non-fossil CO2 doesn't matter sort of baseline, then what we could do is say, well, look, in the first year, I'm going to enter into this column whatever fraction of the biogenic carbon I haven't emitted in that first year, and then progressively log the emissions that are going to occur over time. And that's important because time is going to be important as we look to address climate change now and in the future. It's going to buy us some time to improve, hopefully, our mitigation measures and indeed greenhouse gas removal techniques. So in summary, we've got some issues here. Why don't we report incineration under the waste section of the inventory? We could use memorandum items to ensure the effect of better waste management is reflected in the waste section rather than in industrial production and product use, or indeed in the energy section. And if we're not going to capture the carbon buildup from soils under existing measurement protocols through actually direct measurement of soil carbon, then why not use an approach where we're saying, well, there's some carbon initially sequestered, but that carbon then gets emitted over time. And there's a much bigger picture here. Waste gives us a really interesting window into the wider problems of these inventories. And the first one really has to be that and this is very relevant to the methane discussion, moving away from the use of GWP 100 to a metric that reflects the impact and isn't affected by an arbitrary time period. So we've got a proper way of dealing with the different lifetimes of carbon dioxide and methane as they affect global warming in the atmosphere. And we got to stop pretending that non-fossil CO2 doesn't affect planetary warming. We should account for it all. That's going to be the best way out of this. It's, when those inventories were first developed back in the mid-1990s, it was deemed to be too difficult. I think we've got to do that now. Finally, I think crucially, we've got to move to a consumption basis. I think if we're still going to kid ourselves that we can report on territorial bases, we're not going to properly address this problem and educate our citizens that actually a lot of this is all about consumption. So thanks very much for that. That's me. I am so very happy to take any questions that might follow.
Very much, Dominic. A really, really interesting talk, and I would really recommend anybody who's interested in it really take a look at that report, because it does put forward some really interesting perspectives and really showcases the importance of having to really take a look back at sort of, I guess, historical classification and think about how we can move forward to actually make the impact that we're trying to make. I think on that note, we'll move over to our next speaker, who is Patrick Surface from the American Biogas Association. Patrick's going to be giving us an overview of the US perspective. As I said previously, the US has just started making some really interesting moves in the food waste collection space. And I'm just looking to the team to make sure that he's there and he's coming up. But oh, yeah. Patrick, hi, nice to see you. Just a quick question, whether you could just move your camera slightly. so that we can see your whole face, because at the moment you're just coming up as half a face at the moment.
I can't tell because it's not synced up. I can't tell which way to move it.
I'm just waiting.
I see the half a face though that you see.
Just waiting for it to update. The part of the camera that we can see is the one with the white chair in the background. So maybe if you could move so there's less white chair in the background.
I'll move it more towards the chair. All right.
I think
How's that?
Struggling to update at the moment. I'm not sure if we've got some technical difficulties with your camera, although we can hear you very well.
Well, let me turn it on and off.
Okay. So I'm sure everybody's familiar with the joys of hybrid working. Okay, so I think at this point we can't quite see you yet, but we can see your presentation. So if we could start, and then hopefully you'll come back at some point.
Great. I've been turning my camera on and off, and I can see it in my screen, so I'm not sure what the issue is. But anyway, it may be an improvement for everyone in the audience to not have to look at me while you listen to me. Listening to me will be hard enough. But I'll keep it short here. We are experiencing in the U.S. Incredible growth in the biogas industry right now. It's mostly in the RNG space, because with our really low electricity prices, it's much harder right now to develop biogas electricity projects. And food waste is just sitting there ready to explode with growth. And it's really depressed right now because of some policy fixes that need to be put in place, which I'll explain. But just for those of you who don't know us, we're like the ATBA of the U.S., I guess. We're the voice of the biogas industry in the U.S., and we represent the entire biogas industry. So here's your snapshot of the U.S. market. And any of you that have seen me present before have seen a version of this slide, but these are all new numbers because the industry is growing so much. So we have 2,300 operational biogas systems in the U.S. in all 50 states. And really about 2,000 of those are generating electricity, and about 300 of them are RNG projects, specifically 230, but for rough numbers, you can think about it as about 2,300. That RNG sector grew by 47% last year. And that alone is amazing and just music to our ears. But in addition to that, while we pulled dozens and dozens of projects out of construction and into operation, we also increased in the same year the number of projects that went into construction by 42%. So we're not just seeing strong double-digit growth in the industry, we're seeing an acceleration of growth. And you can see their food scrap digesters at 66 projects is perhaps embarrassingly small, but certainly poised to grow. We count at least 1,000 standalone food waste systems that could be built in the US. The main things that are driving this growth right now are the things that you can see on your screen, and the bigger circle is the bigger driver. So the reason why RNG is growing so fast is because we have a national program and then a state program. And if you do your system right, you can take advantage of the credits from both of these programs. So the Renewable Fuel Standard, or the RFS, and the California Low Carbon Fuel Standard could basically turn your gas, which in the US right now is doubled in price up to $7, which is still incredibly cheap globally. But that gas can be used when you generate the credits through both of these programs, and they're all transportation based. If you're selling your gas into these transportation markets and using these policies, your $7 gas can now be worth $9 to $90 per million BTU, which is obviously just a huge game changer and a huge opportunity for generating additional revenue. The challenge with that is that if you're putting food waste into your digester, there's in the number one here, the Renewable Fuel Standard, which is generating credits. Almost every other kind of project besides a food waste project can generate what I will call today a full credit. It's worth about $3. If you put food waste into a digester, it generates a half credit. And to make things worse, if you add food waste to a manure digester or a wastewater digester in the US and you're trying to take advantage of the Renewable Fuel Standard here to generate that additional credit revenue, your most likely scenario is that you cut the revenue of your entire project, of all your credits, in half. That all of your credits, even your full credits, become devalued to that half credit. It's a D5 credit. And that is the major thing that's depressing growth in food waste recycling in the US right now. There are other things as well that are helping. We now have 10 states out of 50 that have food waste recycling policies in place. California being the latest, in Washington State, actually the latest, just passing theirs earlier this year. So 10 states that have that. But a lot of those policies don't have enforcement. They don't have the teeth that they need to really make sure that if you're not recycling your food waste, that something happens to you. So there are a lot of food waste generators that are getting away with not recycling their food waste, but it does help. And we are seeing some growth in some other areas where corporations, like your L'Oreal's, your Cargill's, your Anheuser-Busch's are voluntarily choosing to buy renewable natural gas to offset their gas that they need for heat to lower their carbon footprint. But those all pair in comparison to the drivers in RNG. And when it comes to food waste, the major hit is the fact that food waste gets a half credit. We obviously have tons and tons, literally millions of tons of food waste in the country, and almost none of it is being recycled right now. And so that opportunity remains massive. Here's what food waste systems look like. This is looking at all biogas systems that are recycling food waste. And so most of these are co-digestion systems, and you can see that there has been an increase recently, but we're not seeing the hockey stick growth that you might expect when I told you that we grew 47% last year in the RNG space. On-farm projects grew by 21% last year. We're not seeing that in the food waste space. The gray bars, for those of you that might not be able to see this, the gray bars are food waste at wastewater, so that's our biggest proportion. The next biggest proportion is food waste at standalone biogas systems, and then followed by on-farm systems accepting food waste. The main thing that is driving the overall RNG growth in the US, besides the renewable fuel standard, is the state-based California program. And really what I want you to take away is that this is a graph of carbon intensity. So look at where the zero is. It's a little bit below the dotted line. That zero carbon well to wheels, like over the life cycle of the system, that's zero carbon. Everything in the blue box here is biogas related. Everything outside of it is solar, natural gas, ethanol, renewable diesel, things like that. Biogas systems really are enjoying some real recognition of the carbon reduction benefits by this California policy, and we're trying to get other policies passed in other states to be able to use this. But look at where food waste is. Food waste is like a -80, so that's great. There's actually some projects that are going to be -150, so this bar is going to grow a bit. But it's really the dairy projects and the swine projects, the farm-based projects that are generating the credits from this program. Food waste only so much for right now. Here's what the growth of the RNG market looks like. So remember that food waste graph that I showed you just a second ago here? There is some more growth recently, but this is really what the industry is doing at large, and this is what we need to get food waste into. We need to get food waste on this path, on this trajectory of growth. And to do that is really going to require some changes in policy. One of the things that can be done, and EPA expects, our Environmental Protection Agency, we expect to do that in September, is to allow eRINs to be generated. This is a specific kind of credit where if you have a biogas project generating electricity and you get that electricity going to charge electric vehicles, or you go biogas to hydrogen to fuel cell electric vehicles. Right now, those electric vehicles those projects are not being processed by EPA. The pathway exists, it's all ready to go, but EPA has been really dragging their feet. We expect that market to really open up this fall around September and towards the end of this year. And if that does, that graph that I showed you of RNG projects and that nice growth, look at how much it'll shoot up with the advent of eRINs. This is kind of a best case scenario, so it probably won't actually shoot up that much, but it'll essentially double the amount of fuel going into this program, and millions and millions of dollars, actually $1 to $2 billion of revenue that could be generated from all these RINs. So the RINs are the credits, and so there's basically two things here that I'm kind of trying to give you a 101 style introduction into regarding food waste. One is the fact that what I explained earlier, which is that we need food waste to not be devalued to that half credit. And if EPA takes action that we expect them to do later this year, then you'll be able to keep your full credits from your manure and your wastewater and add to it the food waste revenue. That's the way it should be. And if that happens, food waste is going to be recycled a lot more, and probably every digester, because as you know, it can produce a lot more biogas even with just a little bit of food waste. But the other thing that could really help is getting these electric vehicle projects to also be processed. Take a look at this. If all of a sudden now these electric vehicle projects were able to be processed by EPA, at our current prices for these credits, which are $3 for what I've been calling the full credit or the D3 RIN, or $1.75 for the essentially half credit, the D5 RIN that food waste gets. If you can also apply this to electric vehicles, that's like adding 7 to 13 cents a kilowatt hour to your revenue generation. That is an absolute massive jump for any biogas electricity projects and presents a huge opportunity. So you add that to the food waste opportunity, and we have the potential to open up some markets that currently I would call stagnated in the electricity side and the food waste side, and allow those sectors to enjoy the same kind of growth that we've seen in RNG. That's all I've got for right now. I do have to apologize. I have a really hard stop at the top of the hour. So happy to answer any questions afterwards. Reach me anytime, Patrick at AmericanBiogasCouncil.org. Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you very much, Patrick. What we'll do is at the very end of the session, I'll make sure that any questions directed to you are asked first. Really interesting to hear what you're saying, really, and it's quite interesting to see the flip from what the UK market looks like in terms of, because the value of energy is really sort of focused on in the UK market. We see a real push for food waste, and so it's quite eye-opening to see that that's almost flipped on its head. So yeah, interesting to see how that space develops, really. I'm going to move over on to the next. No, I've just been told we're just waiting on our next speaker who's working remotely. So I'll just give it an opportunity now for anybody to ask any questions of Patrick. Has anybody got any questions? Yeah, do we have, sorry, John, have you got the microphone available? So it's the gentleman at the front here.
Nick Adrides from Projective. Just a question for Patrick. You mentioned incentives for electric vehicles. Do you think there'll be some sort of evolution for incentives for on-site power generation in a similar way? Is there any moves in the industry to incentivize that? Using green gas for, say, biogas, CHP, etc.
There's two ways to answer that question. One is for the electricity that will eventually go into battery electric vehicles or biogas to hydrogen and fuel cell electric vehicles. That will happen on site. That will be generation on site. So that will change. For anyone selling gensets or microturbines or fuel cells that wants to sell to biogas systems, those sales will happen. It's just a matter of where the electricity is going. If your question is really about the non-vehicle markets for electricity, you're competing with ultra low, even though that natural gas has doubled, almost tripled over the last month or so with the Russian invasion of Ukraine in the US, our electricity prices are still extremely low. Wind and solar have been able to get subsidies since 2015 that the rest of us have not been able to take advantage of, and have also been able to lower their prices. And so for just pure grid electricity, you're going to be competing with those really low prices for electricity. And that's just going to be tougher. There's certainly going to be opportunities that exist, like states that incentivize biogas electricity to be generated to make sure that swine manure is being recycled in North Carolina or dairy manure in Vermont is being recycled. There are policies in place that will help in certain areas. But by and large, you're competing against that for regular electricity generation, and that's tough.
Thank you, Patrick. I've just been given the nod, so we're going to move over to our next speaker now, who's Kunal Shah. So he joins us from Energia. He's the MD of Sales and is going to be really giving an overview of the Asia-Pacific perspective, really. So over to you, Kunal.
Thank you, and really a good morning there. Pardon my yawning a bit because I'm sitting here in Brisbane. It's 1:45 a.m. in the morning, but I'm very excited. I couldn't be there face to face, but thought that's a good idea to share our thoughts. Exciting times. So I'm Kunal, Chief Growth Officer of Energia. We are a Canadian Toronto listed organic waste to RNG producer. We build, own, and operate, as well as we have technologies to convert any kind of organic waste into RNG. So what I was told to present today was how the landscape looks from a perspective of Asia, although we are a global company, but sitting out of Singapore and also being a council member of the World Biogas Association, the idea was to kind of look at the Asian market. But before that, just as I was saying, as a company, Energia, we convert different kinds of organic waste into renewable power, gas, recyclable fertilizer, and clean water. I'm sure many of you would have seen at least the right slide where food waste is combined as a country. It's the third largest GHG emitting country. However, if you look at also the left side of the screen, which is on the MSW, which is the municipal solid waste, on an average, 53% of that is organic. In Asia, as you will see in the next slides, it's even higher, and 11% of that waste is concentrated in mega cities. Typical to Asia, when I talk about Asia in perspective of the developing part of Asia, if you look at the municipal solid waste, so unlike the Western Hemisphere, the waste is not segregated. And there's a lot of manual scavenging which happens, which means there's a lot of organics in terms of the total quantity of the waste. So we see between 55 to 70% on the total mass basis. There's a lot of moisture. It gets worsened during the monsoon season. Close to the equator, all the developing nations in Southeast Asia have a lot of water content. And thus the calorific value of this waste is very low, which makes it very difficult and economically unviable to just burn in an incinerator. So these are the common conditions of waste in Southeast Asia. Just a graph which depicts the various compositions of organics, inorganics, inerts, and moisture. Calorific value is, well, sometimes it can be 600 kcal per kg, but yeah, we have seen about 1500 kcal per kg. So when you look at this kind of waste, the two extremes which people kind of look at in Asia, you have the garbage mountains every city has, and then you have the other side, people say probably to kind of generate electricity by burning this waste. However, we believe that there is a massive scope for all of us in the room and virtually here myself to play a role because of so high content of organic waste. I think it's really it's difficult to kind of put all that and burn, for example, a rotten apple, but it will be interesting to kind of take out that organic fraction from this mixed waste and then do anaerobic digestion to generate gas, and then only burn the non-organic fraction in an incinerator. So that's what it's a hybrid concept which is gaining traction in the region. I was told to present the challenges what we see from a perspective of Asia. So there is a lot of good things. Thanks, Patrick. You showed about the American market. We are definitely seeing an uptake in the European market when it comes to green gas, so biomethane. But I think Asia still has a lot of regulatory and economic constraints. When it comes to municipal solid waste, the tipping fee, or what you call the gate fees, are lower. Barring a few countries, there is not much of feed-in tariff infrastructure or feed-in tariff regulations around biomethane. Very few, I mean, less than 10% of the countries here would have gas pipeline infrastructure, making it very difficult to inject gas into the pipeline. There are tough regulations and rather confusing regulations around waste management. And generally for creating bankable projects, you need credit ratings of counterparty. Here, that's a little bit of a question mark. It's getting better. And I have this as my last slide, but I would like to kind of explain a bit in detail. When you look at Southeast Asia, including, I would say, India, we're talking about close to, if I include China, 3.5 billion people, exclude China, it's about 2 billion people. So there is obviously a lot of waste, food, municipal solid waste, agricultural waste, and there is a big problem of landfills catching fires. Methane gets, in summers, landfills catch fire. There is a huge rising population, which creates a huge demand for gas, domestic gas consumption, not just for transportation, but also for cooking, heating purposes. Generally, the countries here are importing a lot of gas, and looking at the interesting times we are living in, the prices are increasing, and that's the outlay of forex reserve of a country. It's putting a lot of pressure. So now imagine that there is so much of municipal solid waste and the organic fraction inside the municipal solid waste. I mean, I don't have actual numbers, but if you look at that, it's millions of tons a year of organic fraction in an MSW. If all of this were to be converted into biomethane, even good amount of that would be converted into biomethane. We are talking about millions of MMBTU of biomethane which can be generated. That could avoid a lot of imports and dependence on foreign countries to import the natural gas. But at the same time, it can also help a lot of, as we say, industries, Fortune 500 companies who have factories in the region to decarbonize, cities who have targets of decarbonization, wastewater utilities which have targets of decarbonization. So basically, this is a low-hanging fruit which, as a region, Southeast Asia, can channel between the organic waste to biomethane. And, again, also fertilizer, which is a big thing here because of massive population. There is a lot of requirement on fertilizer. So as we all know, the digestate, if produced in the cleanest form, could be converted into fertilizer, which can help further enhance the food security, because with the natural gas prices going up, there's a lot of pressure on chemical fertilizers. And I think the way forward is organic fertilizer. So I guess the summary I would like to make out of this short presentation and the time given is that in Asia, there are challenges around regulatory framework and economic framework, but at the same time, there is huge amount of organic waste. There are projects, companies like us, we're building plants on the ground. There are projects happening. I think it's the next, it's right now, how we call it, a blue ocean. It's a place where there are challenges, but lots of opportunities. So I think as a region, it is promising for the entire biogas space. From a perspective of organic fraction of MSW, from the perspective of agricultural waste, and from the perspective of wastewater biosolids. With this, I'll end my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must say I'm quite shocked at the statistic of sort of 55 to 70% organic waste there. I think that is a massive amount, and quite shocking to think about all the I suppose nutrients that are going to landfill incineration, and really does demonstrate sort of how important I think it is to have the right regulatory and policy frameworks in place to really make sure that those feedstocks and those nutrients are really captured effectively and sent to biogas and AD really. I think we may still be waiting on our next speaker. But in the meantime, I think I'll just sort of give a slight, I guess, introduction. So the next speaker will be Simone Orsi. So she works in marketing at AMSA, and she's really, well, hopefully going to give a good overview of the Italian, sort of what's happening in the Italian space. They're a really great example of a country that's really rolled out separate food waste collections effectively. So I'll hand over now to Simone. Hopefully she'll appear. I believe there was a few technical difficulties on the lead up.
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Okay.
We can't see.
Presentation mode. Can you see?
There we go. Yep, we can see you.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna talk about the Milan food waste collection and Milan's experience. So 2022 is the 10th anniversary for the food waste scheme. And just a brief overview about A2A Group. We are active in energy, grids, environment in Italy mainly. So this is a business unit environment. We are active in northern Italy and southern of Italy. So talk about specific about the city of Milan. The city of Milan is a 1.39 million inhabitants, high density population. And we collected in 2021 over 6,000 tons of municipal waste. The separate collection rate is 62%. And we have a door-to-door collection system in the city, and vehicles running on CNG, about 33% running on CNG. So our integrated waste cycle is about circular economy. So we don't have landfills. We collect separately 5 fractions, including organic waste, of course, and everything is managed into secondary raw materials, and the rest is sent to energy production and heat. So we have this five fractions collection. We introduced our door-to-door system, say 30 years ago. So really, it's a tradition. So we have 5 fractions and plastic and metals, residual waste, glass, paper and cardboard, and organic waste. So really, Milan, lots of the majority of the buildings are high-rise buildings, and 85%, only 50% are single homes. So the door-to-door waste collection in Milan is a kind of a tradition for Milan's waste management. And in residential buildings, we have courtyards or waste rooms located ground floor and basements, where the storage of the waste is where the waste is stored in the building, and then it's put in the streets when the collection happens. And new apartment buildings must have waste rooms large enough for the people living in them. So a few key information. So about the total municipal waste collection of over 600 tons. 131,000 tons are organic waste. So really more than 20%. Of the total municipal waste collection. When you see the rise of the collection trend in Milan since the 1990s, you see that when we started organic waste collection, households organic waste collection, really there was a boost in our recycling rate, and that is very important to reach the goals that we have for our legislation, which is 65 and 70% for separate collection. We have a waste collection strategy, including commercial activities, which started in 1997, then 2012 with the households, and also open markets in 2017. So all the waste, all the organic waste produced in Milan is recovered and sent to anaerobic digestion. A few more information. So the quantity is 95 kilograms per capita, which we think is a very, very high rate. 30% is commercial waste, and the average quality is about 95% compostable material. We see that we have some problems. We have to keep up with the communication and also include the new campaigns to keep up the people for good quality. That's the open the food waste collection in open markets, where we use this special holder and of course compostable bags for collection. And yeah, of course, we run dedicated awareness campaigns and to get people involved, especially school projects and direct marketing, direct contact with the building managers and citizens. And we see that the growth of biodegradable plastics and in everyday use, and so we addressed with the specific awareness campaigns to recognize this new items, and it's correct to put them in the bio-waste bin. And at last, we are completing our circular green economy with the organic waste with an anaerobic digestion plant that will be ready in this year. And the goal is to produce biogas to be used as a vehicle fuel and close the loop. And this is really our plant will be ready in a few months, and it will be 100 kilotons a year of organic waste to be treated, and it's a semi-dry system, and hopefully will help us reach the goal of circular economy. So I think I covered everything, and thank you so much for.
Thank you very much, Simone. And absolutely a standing example, really. I think not just for sort of how well it's been rolled out across the city, but also how long it's actually been in place. I was quite surprised to hear just exactly how long separate food waste collections had been in place. So I don't know if there are any local authority representatives in the UK here, but hopefully that's some food for thought there. So we're going to move on to the first of our in-person speakers. So Pavel Kisielewski is from CCM. He is going to talk about a slightly different issue, but definitely the sort of, I guess, digest is often the elephant in the room when it comes to developing the biogas industry. And the work that CCM are doing is really another great example of what can be done. So I'll pass over to you.
Thanks, Leanne. Leanne mentioned this quote that Tom Bradshaw at the NFU made this morning. The fact that we spoke to him 3 weeks ago, I'll leave you to judge who was the source, but in fact, it's actually Mahatma Gandhi's quote, but it's absolutely critical that we understand what happens to the byproducts of anaerobic digestion and how we can draw value from that. So I'm quickly going to show you a short video, very short.
Is the fact that we have a very carbon-intensive technology, which is vital for growing food. I'm Pavel Kisielewski, Chief Executive of CCM Technologies. CCM is able to produce fertilizers with a zero carbon footprint, or even potentially climate positive, non-organic fertilizer has a huge carbon footprint.
CCM's technology captures carbon dioxide and other waste streams and either stores the captured material or converts it into resources like fertilizer or plastics.
It's a mixing and blending technology that is around really 3 inputs.
Those are fibrous materials, any sustainable source really.
So grass, straw, wood chip or digestate cake.
Ammonia, which is recovered either from food or animal waste streams. Then carbon dioxide, which is generally recovered in our case from exhaust streams.
And it's those 3 components which are currently considered waste that we can turn into something that's both valuable and also good for the environment.
Each modular CCM unit produces 10,000 tons of customized compound fertilizer a year and removes 35,000 tons of carbon, the equivalent of taking 7,500 cars off the road every year.
The key part of CCM's process is to deliver the farmer a fertilizer he actually wants and needs.
CCM fertilizer shows equal or better crop yields compared to conventional fertilizers, whilst improving nutrient uptake, enhancing soil carbon and microbial activity, and increasing water retention by up to 60%.
Agriculture is using a range of finite resources which will run out. Our process will allow the extension of those finite resources, but also in recovering them from waste materials, it actually creates a new resource base, but without changing the fundamental ways in which you deliver agricultural production.
Great. I'm going to pick up on one point that Kunil made earlier in his presentation, and that is digestate can be turned into fertilizers. Yes, it can, but one of the challenges for digestate is it's unpredictable and unstable. What you need to do is to produce something that the farmer actually wants. So I'd make the distinction between what is a soil enhancer and what is actually a true fertilizer. We're based in Swindon. We're focused at a number of different segments: the water treatment, food waste, agricultural waste, with a huge portfolio of intellectual property. That is an image of the plant that is at Severn Trent's Minworth facility. It's up and running. It's got a capacity for 8,000 to 10,000 tonnes of fertilizer per year, using sludge biosolids as its fibrous material. Very quickly, as that video said, we need a couple of things, but the fibrous host in the context of this conversation is around digestate, and that comes from digestate from any form, whether that's from sewage waste, animal slurries, or food waste. And what we are doing, as we say, is there is also very significant carbon offsetting, which I'll talk about in a second. So the first customers we've got is Severn Trent and Yorkshire Water, but we're in conversation with all of the big UK water utilities, 2 in Brazil, 3 in Australia, and 2 in the US. There is a big dairy operation in the northwest which is seeking to take cattle slurries, but also, very interestingly, the food waste from Kellogg's, Arla, and Nestle, so that it's an all-waste AD system where we will be taking the outcome and turning that into potentially 60,000 tonnes of fertilizer. The food waste one in particular, we have to differentiate food waste between curbside and also single source from manufacture. PepsiCo is our biggest customer so far, where in this instance we're taking the potato waste that comes as they transform a potato into a crisp. We're taking the CO2 from the chimney stack of their potato processing plant and the ammonia and the phosphorus from the local water utility, who happens also to be Severn Trent in this case. We'll start deploying at Leicester, which is the Walker's facility, in a month or 2, and we will be doing it for all of their 9 European potato processing plants around Europe. Where does it make the difference? It's very worthwhile just pointing out, just quickly, for water utilities, biosolids, 91% of biosolids in most countries, but particularly in the UK, goes to land to grow food. So it is critical we find the right way to incentivize and create value from that. Biochar is also the other big issue. But I'll move on to the key. What's in it for Pepsi? Pepsi will be selling that bag of Walker's Crisps in the newsagents and the supermarkets next December, which will have a zero waste, net zero stamp on it. We will expect to announce 2 or 3 major food manufacturers of the scale of Pepsi who want to do similar things with similar products. The carbon piece, we fit into the carbon piece in 3 ways. One is we utilize CO2 in the chemical reaction, so we need it, we want it. We're not fussy about what type of CO2. We don't need food grade. It can be the mucky stuff as well. We avoid carbon being emitted because currently fossil fuel-based fertilizers generate between 4.5 to 6.5 tons of CO2 per ton of product. We're effectively 70–80% lower than that. And then the final piece, which was mentioned earlier, is around sequestration. So we have already sold the first carbon sequestration offsets into the world market. It's not going to change the direction of the planet because it was only 10 tons. But we sold it in November for 2022. It was bought by, who knows, for a premium, a €10 premium to the prevailing price. So we now know where that piece is. Selling carbon sequestration offsets, you need to have at least 20 years duration in the soil. Otherwise, the big buyers, the big corporate buyers like Microsoft are not interested. They want to ensure that this is not permanent, but semi-permanent sequestration, and 20 years is that number. And we've had a direct approach from Microsoft looking to buy excess offsets from this technology. how do you quantify it? If we had 50 deployments of CCM units, that's the equivalent of taking 375,000 cars off the road every year. That's using the United Airlines metric of how many cars come off the road for every 4.66 tons of CO2. As I say, Microsoft is extremely interested. This is very critical that the data is captured. So all of these machines suck up the data minute by minute, provide a customer and also the regulators with a dashboard of exactly what is going on, including the carbon offsetting. And the data trail is available on the cloud because this is held on Microsoft Azure. So the propositions to the farmer, very quickly. Critical that he uses the same mechanism. So he doesn't need to change his farm machinery. He doesn't need to change the dials. The pellets will fly to exactly the same precision as we move closer and closer to precision farming. That's critical. And you can't do that with digestate. And finally, he doesn't get to pay more. Now, right now, the critical piece is that fertilizer price is up 300%. This is a technology where, to do the right thing, you're not being asked to pay the penalty and pay more. The other thing is because fertilizer is a deeply inefficient product, 50% of the nutrients will never get to the root ball of the plant. They will either be emitted into atmosphere or in the local river. The product that we have has far greater nutrient efficiency. So the farmer impact, right now, the farmers that bought the material from us this year, their bill is down 20% because the nutrients are more efficient. So he's a proper impact into his economics every year. The other thing is the soil fertility, and I won't bore you about that, but there's very significant benefits of soil fertility, including the carbon sequestration. And then the final thing is that he's growing a net zero crop. So Tesco, Sainsbury's, Pepsi, Heineken, they will want that crop more than the one over there that's using traditional fossil fuel-based fertilizer. So the proposition for the farmer is extremely strong. And all of this derives, in our case, from digestate, from the various different digestate forms. In particular, as it relates to the supermarkets and the Pepsis of the world, this is around Scope 3 carbon emissions. We are a Scope 3 carbon emission technology, which deeply impacts them. Microsoft came out with their numbers last year, 16 million tons of emissions right across the Microsoft organization. And as you can see, 12 million was Scope 3. The rest of it was, frankly, slightly immaterial. If that's 75% of their global corporate emissions. Our meeting with Pepsi's chairman a couple of weeks ago was that the day he announced that his is 93% of his emissions are Scope 3. There you go. Quick run through. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Pavel.
I nicked that.
No, that's great. I think it's always fascinating to see just how quickly you've come on as a technology and the conversations that you're having. We'll move on to the very last speaker of the day. So we have Oshik Efati, who is joining us from Home Biogas. And he's giving a slightly different perspective in terms of speaking around the food and hospitality sector, which is something that maybe hasn't been covered as much, aside from the PepsiCo. So over to you.
All right, thank you. Hello, how are you? So I'll tell you a bit about Home Biogas, what we are doing. So we're at Home Biogas, we actually treat waste on site. Our systems is always on site, near the house, near the small farmer, and near the business. So our journey is actually started 10 years ago. We developed a household biogas system. It looks like that. It's a very unique kind of system. It comes in a small box. It's easy to assemble, easy to ship, and actually everybody can assemble it on site near his house. And our vision was to bring clean, renewable energy to farmers and households in remote areas in the developing world. Today, there are still around 3 billion people that cook on open fire, suffering from indoor air pollution. So the mission of the company when we started was to make biogas affordable and available to all, to take this beautiful technology of biogas and bring it to the people, bring it to their house, bring it to their small farm. So this is how it looks like. It's a very user-friendly system. It works off-grid. You just need to throw your organic waste, either if it's food scraps or animal manure. It will digest it, it will clean the gas, it will hold the gas, and it will deliver it right to your kitchen to cook on it. I personally use it for the last 8 years. My kids know that gas is coming from biogas. We're cooking on biogas in our house. And today, just a moment. And today we actually have users all over the world. We have users in Africa, users in South America, Central America, Southeast Asia. People that are using biogas to create their cooking gas. We actually have users in 107 countries around the world, which is unbelievable. People are looking for a solution to live more sustainable life, and we are helping them to achieve it. So as a company, we have already a few patents. We even created an ISO standard for household biogas system, and we are growing. We have all the certified, all the high safety standards available, and we are selling through 3 channels of distribution. The biggest one is distributors that we have in 20 countries already. We also sell online. You can actually go into our website, homebiogas.com, and buy a biogas system to your house and actually assemble it yourself. You have all the instruction, and we give full support, and it's also not expensive. And you can create biogas actually in your backyard. We also do projects. Lately, we have done the first project with the UN. The UN, actually, the first time in its history, is using biogas to treat organic waste in refugee camps. We have done 2 projects this year, one in refugee camp in Malawi and one in Zimbabwe. We already commissioned them, and they are working successfully. So actually, the waste of the refugee camps is now turned into clean cooking gas that they are using for cooking. We also have a subsidiary company in Kenya, which I would give a few minutes to tell you about. This picture, we see Lukio. I met her personally. She's a very interesting woman. There are actually 1 million families like Lukio in Kenya. They are small dairy farmers. They have something between 2 to 10 cows, and they make a living from selling the milk to a local cooperative. They also pay $35 a month for buying firewood. They cannot cut trees anymore in Kenya, it's forbidden. They pay $35 for buying firewood for cooking, which is polluting and very, very expensive. As part of they earn around $400, $500 a month, so it's a lot. And we actually supply them a biogas system for $29 a month, and after 24 months, they own the device. And they have free cooking gas for the rest of their life. They also enjoy the liquid fertilizer because they are all farmers that grow food for the cows. And if they're not satisfied, after 6 months, they get full money guaranteed. They get full money returned. But we haven't got even one customers that demand the money back. Another channel that we are working is CSR project. Like in India, it's a big thing now. This year we have done already 3 CSR projects with huge organizations like Adani, Selco, HCL. Those companies are obliged to give 2% back to the community, and we help them, and we are creating projects with them together with thousands of small farmers in remote areas in India. The next challenge for us as a company was to bring this beautiful technology not only to families, but also to businesses and dining rooms, hotels, hospitals. So what you see here, this is our new product, which is already in several places. We see here a biogas system that can treat up to 1 ton of food waste a day, but it can also take a variety of amount of waste from restaurants, hotels. So these days we are installing the first hotel, a very luxury hotel that want to treat waste on site, want to reduce the cost of collection, also want to reduce the footprint and to achieve the SDG goals. And they want to create clean energy for heating water to the industrial dishwasher that is actually cleaning that is using. So he's reducing cost of operational and is also more ecological. So with this system, we are giving businesses the opportunity to become more ecological and more economical. And the main challenge as a company is to make it user-friendly, to make it beautiful. It should look nice. It should be something that people will come and look, and the awareness for food waste and the way to tackle food waste on site and make something good out of it. This is a challenge for us because we all know biogas, and you can see here it's a very, very beautiful product, and this one specifically is a community biogas system. There is a dining room next to it. 800 people eat 3 times a day in this dining room, and they all go near it, and it stands for the highest safety standards available, and it looks good, and it's doing the job. It saves money and reducing the footprint of this dining room. So as a company, the impact is very important to us. We are a mission-driven company. Of course, we need to be economical, but it's a mission-driven company. And you can see that the impact is amazing. We reduced almost 80,000 tons of carbon emission already. And we are standing for 13 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I invite you to come take a look at our website. I invite you to recycle your waste, to get a home biogas, to do it in your house, in your backyard. It's possible, and it's available, and it's also affordable. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. That was a really fascinating presentation, I think. A really interesting concept. I may buy one myself. We now open the floor up to some questions. So please do raise your hand, and John will be running around with the microphone. So over to yourself, Jorge.
Jorge Hilbert from Argentina. Regarding the last presentation on the bags, which is the life expectancy of the bags and the end use of that bag after it leaks or it's destroyed by the sun or whatever.
So you're referring to me? So I'm not sure that I understood. What is the question?
Which is the life expectancy of the bag and the end use of the bag after it's...
All right, got you. So the life expectancy of a small system is at least 15 years under the toughest condition. It's totally off-grid. And the use of biogas is mostly for cooking, but also for heating water.
Sorry, what? Yeah. Okay, so question at the back.
Yeah, okay. Yadira from Cranfield University. So I've got a couple of questions for CCM. Very interesting technology. I'm aware of your technology, and it's a brilliant technology. I guess my question is, how does it align with some of the challenges that we are facing for applying digestate to land? Do you know what does it do to organic micropollutants and metals? Is it helping?
On the PFAS microplastics debate, if we're on that one, if I understand your question correctly, it's our technology neither positively or negatively impacts the concentration levels of microplastics or PFAS. What we are very capable of doing is taking biochar, for me, the only real solution for microplastics is to incinerate, but clearly that has some negative implications because of emissions, etc. But if you use pyrolysis and get some biochar, that will resolve the issues around biochar, and we can then take that biochar as our fibrous host. And the byproduct of that, or the co-product, is that those sequestration elements are into hundreds of years rather than just 20 years plus, because biochar is effectively charcoal, and the assessment protocols are saying that that is well in excess of 100 years of sequestration. So it has some benefits, but that's where we stand.
I've got one more question, if that's okay, for the last speaker. Particularly in your application, when you refer to household waste collection, like food waste, do you have a need to add water to your process?
So actually, it's you don't have to add water, but it's going really well with water because you actually need to wash the bucket where you put the waste. So the water where you wash the waste after you throw it into the feeding station, so it needs a very little amount of water, and actually you don't even need water because it's mostly for food waste, and food waste contain a lot of water. But normally the daily use is the water you use to wash the bucket is going inside the digester too.
Thank you.
How long does it take to produce biogas?
So the question was, for anybody who didn't hear, how long does it take to produce biogas?
Yeah. So it's the same as every other system. It takes around 3 weeks, but it's a continuous process. Most of the matter is breaking down at the first few days, but the total process is around 3 weeks.
Question for the panel. Given a global growth in demand for protein as well as power, how do we avoid conflicts between putting co-products into animal food and all of the benefits versus putting it straight into AD?
Don't know if any of the panelists.
I'm happy to say that I was at the Sustainable Food Trust event this morning, and that same question was asked, because I think the number is 40% of global crops go back into energy in one form or another. I don't know, Leanne, whether that's about right. It sounded a bit high to me, but anyway, the proposition right now is the biggest imperative is food security, and we have to find a mechanism where that is prioritized over energy production. However, I think there's some middle ground where you can actually make both of those work in tandem, but that's probably for a longer conversation. I don't know if you'd agree with that.
Were you also asking around sort of redistribution to feed and things like that? Was that also an element of it?
So as part of our strategy, we want to see more co-products, particularly potato cream, coming through ruminants to displace soy, and obviously the deforestation associated. But equally in the UK, if you're putting in moist blends, you can offset locally grown forage and possibly put that land into alternatives. Whereas obviously if we're competing for up against AD feedstock, particularly when we're also generating AD feedstock, there's a potential conflict. So it's squaring the round.
Yeah, so I would say, I think, we do have the example of the food waste hierarchy that's in place that really says that redistribution is the first and foremost sort of route. I would say that there's, as with everything, and I think it's a conversation that we have with the composting industry, etc. I think there are certain scenarios where it isn't necessarily viable to transport it for a really long period, and actually it might be better to direct that to AD in that space. So I think it's less about competing per se. I think it's just making sure that the right product goes to the right place at the right time. So hopefully, but happy to pick up as well after that.
Right, I'm Bianca from CAB Energy. I have a question for Equinamitor and CCM technologies around the carbon offset that is quantified from whatever product that you make and you're offsetting emissions from the waste. How is it calculated that, say, Pepsi is able to sell a net zero product and also you're able to sell offsets to Microsoft and also have the farmer be able to sell a product to a supermarket that is considered low emission?
There's a really tricky one because, the world of double counting is right here, and I think we need to be extremely clear as to how that goes. But in our view, there are three main platforms that assess in a way that we think is viable. One is gold standard, supported by the United Nations, etc. The second one is Vera, spelled with the two R's. And the third is out of Finland. It's the new kid on the block. It's Puro.earth. We think they're probably one of the best, but since NASDAQ bought the majority control, they're certainly now the best provided for, and already NASDAQ is announcing indexes. But to get to your question specifically, we are working with Vera on their VM42 protocol around avoidance. We're working with Puro on the sequestration offset. What I think we're saying here is, in our view, the outcome may end up that the farmer gains the avoidance credit because he's using traditional conventional fossil fuel fertilizer today. If he uses a product like ours, and there are others, then he's the one that's responsible for the avoidance of carbon. I think the sequestration comes from the user of the technology, and in this case it will be Pepsi or any of the other big food manufacturers. I think we do have to be careful how you count Scope 3, and that's not just us, it's everybody's challenged as to how that is the case. And I think, we've seen that challenge coming, haven't we?
We have. I'm getting a lot of waves at the back there to say that we're over time now, but really interesting discussion. I had a lot of questions also for Dominic and Simone, but I will probably have to pick those up separately. So thank you so much to our speakers today for joining us from all around the world, and also the attendees here. I hope you've had a great first day at the Expo, and hopefully catch up with a lot of you tomorrow as well. So thank you very much.